The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Have a good, open relationship with the radio station and everything. And, all of a sudden I've got, all this crazy stuff going on in town on a personal level with businesses. And all of a sudden I don't have this voice on the air, which was weird.
Yeah.
After so many years. So I said, man, this would really be cool to.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm entitled. I'm supposed to have unabated access to the FM airwaves.
Just as somebody told this old head in 13 that Twitter had already been around for 4 years, he could have started getting his opinion off that way.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Wednesday, November 5. And we have a new president. And Seth was right. It should be a national holiday the day after the presidency because I think first of all, Trump didn't even have, by the way, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Oh, Nancy Pelosi wins 20th term in the 11th. Isn't that a little much? I mean, 20 terms.
I mean, what else is she going to... I mean, why stop now? She's like 84. Let's let her finish her run.
Well, let's get somebody, that maybe can have a little more common...
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
San Fran.
Nobody's worried about that place.
Well, I mean, she's not only...
She's fine. Paul got attacked. It's been a rough, couple of years for them, but I think they were able to just cash out on some mega stocks last night.
Yeah, some Visa.
Yeah. So, listen, Trump didn't even have... First of all, Kamala Harris canceled her speech at Howard University last night, and Trump made his speech at. This is why everybody because everybody stays up. Hell, even after we got doing our show at 10:15.
Yeah, about that.
Probably none of us we probably weren't in bed till about 11.
Oh man, yeah, after midnight.
And so I even stayed in bed until I fell asleep and watched it on my phone, whatever I could, whatever. And it was just the same data, Arizona, Nevada, at that point, maybe Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania. No, they were calling Pennsylvania by then. But again, Trump didn't make his acceptance speech till if I look tired, I can barely keep my eyes open. And let me, I got Sumo and Shane Brown coming in for 2 weeks.
Oh, really?
Today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but when you have visitors, man, it's you stay up later.
Neil Malplaisir, $50.
Man, Neil Malplaisir has just been all over it. Yes. I also have to. Well, I'll wait till a little bit later because we had just so many people on PayPal last night. We had a damn near a non-Bubba 199 record on PayPal last night. Like Kenny Price came in late with 50. John Costica was all over the board with, a total of maybe a G-ball. Don't forget Mark from Tarpon. Didn't he come up with the G-ball?
Sure did.
Fish on the J. William Schneider.
Tara.
Tara was 500 on. What was she on Venmo? Lummy?
Cash App, and then Keith Yeager 500 on Venmo.
And don't forget, Tara catered in Domino's, and man, were those lava cakes that Domino's are making now not to die for?
Yeah.
Did you guys see where now Penn State is investigating the Travis Kelce thing now?
Why?
All of a sudden they opened it?
Yep, they reopened it last night. Yep.
Good luck.
I'm just saying. I mean, here it is right here. Let me find it for you guys. A Penn State police investigation cell phone. I'm sorry. Penn State police investigate cell phone incident involving Jason Kelce and a fan.
If they were smart, they would just kick that kid out of school if he goes there. That's what they should do.
I know, but man, again, somebody who has had a loved one have their cell phone snatched from them. That is in the simplest form, grand theft. You can't take you. I can't run up to you, Seth, and call you a homosexual slur, and you put your hands on me or grab anything, as long as I've not grabbed you.
Right. I understand. Celtic gave Birch Crick. Didn't he give her approval to film? So
yeah.
She was doing that. So I mean, I know they're somewhat similar, but I consider this guy pretty much stalking and harassing Jason Kelce.
This guy kind of gotcha'd Jason Kelce. He ran up on him, did the slur, was acting like a stupid ass. He got
his phone broken. He didn't get his face broken. He got his phone broken.
Whereas with the Merch Crick, she walked up and said, "May I ask you a few questions?" He said, "Yeah." And of course, let me stealing a term that I've used for years back. I don't use it anymore because he has taken it. Pumpkin.
Yeah.
Remember I used to call chicks pumpkins?
Sure did.
Well, that's what he. God, what a ripoff artist. He goes, yeah, pumpkin, come on in. So I think at that point, all he saw was her big jugs, and he thought he was going to get another groupie behind his wife's back. And so, you're right, Seth. It's a little bit of a different scenario when you bombard somebody out of nowhere in a like a gotcha type moment, and you've actually been welcome. You've actually been approved to ask a couple questions. I think that's a big difference.
Yeah, I'm just the quote unquote content creators or the TikTok generation. I mean, I'm all for people that are being creative, but if you find a celebrity and you're trying to get some sort of viral or some sort of reaction, I mean, you got it. There you go.
It's kind of like this. If you're walking down alleyway and a guy jumps out, he's in hiding behind a dumpster, and you're 1 foot away from him. He jumps up and goes boo, and your natural reaction is just to swing, because to defend yourself, and you connect. That's one thing. But if you see the guy and he walks up to you and say, "Hey, can I have a word with you, Seth?" and you go, "Sure," and he says, "I heard you're a stupid, snowflaking little bitch."
Yeah.
But you invited him in to speak to you. Then you smash him. Well, he's not trying. He didn't startle you and roll up on you. You invited him in to ask a question. So I think that's kind of the difference. Whereas, when you're going to the haunted house, man, it's everything for me not to hit the guy.
It's always, it's tough.
I have to literally because sometimes if you go to the real haunted houses where they really, and
they're hiding behind sheets and getting too close.
So anyway, I guess maybe
nothing's gonna happen. I mean, if the police are not charging them, what's Penn State police? They have their own.
Yes.
Oh yeah, each university has their own police. Okay. By the way, formerly drunk Kim, now Party Kim. $50 in the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Penn State University police are investigating the altercation between retired Philadelphia Eagles center Jason Kelce and a fan over a cell phone that occurred over the weekend before the game. Oh, this was before.
It was before the game.
Oh, I thought it was after.
No, he was heading to a tailgate.
The police department's incident log includes an entry registered Saturday in which an officer observed a visitor damaging personal property. Oh, so an officer did see this. PSU, Penn State University, public information. Hell, Penn State University police are still reeling from the Jerry Sandusky investigation.
I mean, really, yeah. Where were they during that?
Yeah, where were you when 10-year-old boys were being raped in the shower?
Yeah, they were nowhere for that, but they're jumping out of the bushes now for the cell phone broken.
Right. They blew the Sandusky deal so bad that they're ready to, get every little thing. The officer confirmed to the Associated Press that the incident involved Kelsey and said that the process is ongoing. The report listed the potential offenses as criminal mischief and disorderly conduct. Video on social media, blah, blah, blah. We've all seen it. I would think that grand theft would be it as well. Like said, I opened up earlier. I didn't mean to get distracted. But, boy, we could have used Brian. You know what? We really just could have used Brian last night. He just could have kept – I don't know. I think he could have kept – he is privy to data and knows the election processes.
It didn't seem like things needed much deciphering last night, though. It seemed like everything was pretty cut and dry, and fast as well.
Yeah, although they're still not calling it. Did you know that? She's not conceded. And there are plenty of websites.
CNN just came out this morning. Trump wins.
They did?
Yes.
Because it was 268 for the longest time.
They have 276 now.
Oh, okay. Well, here's Trump's. And again, like Seth said, America needs the day off the election more than you need the day of, because everybody stayed up. A lot of people stayed up. Trump didn't give his speech until 2:50 in the morning, and she still hasn't given her speech. She canceled her speech.
Hey, stupid. I ain't apologizing to no one.
The man is a two-fisted catcher.
I am saying publicly what people are saying to themselves. I have enough money.
James Carville.
Carville, winning is everything, stupid. Streaming, starting November 14th on Max.
Here we go. You're going to give me 2 commercials? Jesus.
All There Is with Anderson Cooper.
Holy
Listen
hell.
wherever you get your podcasts.
What?
They're milking it. They got to milk every ounce they can out of the election.
I had
They threw you to live.
Yeah, they went from I had the Trump speech all ready to go, and now they've flipped me over to a live gimmick. Let me go over the CNN. Yeah, I didn't get, because we were all so busy, and so when it went right to bed, I didn't get any. We didn't prep much at all. I didn't get anything. I just kind of winged it on my own. There's not a lot of prep.
As we go, we've moved 1 a.m. You see 1 a.m. down here. The only way for her to win is to close those.
All right, here we go.
Not happening. Has not been happening for a long time. That's Wisconsin. Let's move over to Battleground, Michigan.
Is this live?
Same thing. She starts off way ahead. He comes up.
No, this is last night, 10:30.
Oh. Man, CNN's confusing. No one or nobody.
He pulls ahead. And again, you're going, we cross past midnight to where we are now after 1 a.m. Pretty much a straight line across.
What are you looking for, the Trump speech?
I sent you his full
the gap as
speech.
more votes come in. Right, which try to come back. It's pretty simple
Michigan.
to look at home. So there's those 2 there. And let's come over to the biggest of them all, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Closer.
Wow.
You see it right there. It's closer. But she opened up a big lead early on. That's your early votes. You see what happens. Then essentially, welcome to Battleground, Pennsylvania. They are just running in a straight line across. But the red line has stayed on top all the way across. That's close, 51 to 48. But she, that's close. But she needs it to narrow even more. Just one different way to look at it is just to see you're trying to find the trajectory, and is there any possibility that it's going to close? And at the moment, there's no evidence that those lines are coming closer together. Closest in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But again, Donald Trump at 51%, 191,000 votes ahead, with 94% reporting in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Just want to go back in time. At the beginning of the night, I said she's the variable. Her first time on the national ballot as the presidential nominee. He was the constant. Not in my lifetime. 3 elections in a row, the same Republican nominee for president. Well, Donald Trump getting 50%, 51% right now in Pennsylvania. In 2020, he was a 49. In 2016, he was a 49. Trump was the constant, right? The question, Democrats always said Trump can't get to 50 in the battleground states. So you have to eliminate the third-party candidates and just get above him. Just get above 49, get 49.5. Well, Trump tonight blew that part up, at least where we are right now, because he's above 50 in Pennsylvania.
So
he's above 50.
Lummy, he won Michigan. Did he win Wisconsin?
You go back to 2016. 48. Trump was a constant, except for this year he grew.
Does that show you just how horrible she was?
Around Wisconsin,
he won the popular vote.
She won Nevada, and he won Nevada and Arizona. He won Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Donald Trump's ahead by 125,000. This state won by Joe Biden last time by 154,000 votes. A big win for the Democrats here. Then the Democratic governor wins in 2020.
Do you think she cried? I bet you she did.
Yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm. In their favor, Donald Trump's 243,000 votes ahead with 69%. Still some room there maybe to see it happen. That's the one with the most outstanding vote. And Anderson, as I throw back to you, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, so critical to Trump cracking the blue wall, flipping the blue wall.
They said whoever wins Pennsylvania wins it all.
Disappointment when he lost it in 2020. Still won't admit he lost it in 2020. And now you see...
I just want to let you know I won 2024, but I'm not admitting that I lost it in 20. You're still counting the votes for 20.
Percent of the vote counted, Anderson, up by 191,000 votes. In battleground Pennsylvania, that's a blowout.
18, he says 18.
Oh.
That's one gang.
Oh, look at that. That's Trump's deportation program already.
Roughly 80 inmates per cell, but it can fluctuate. It shows you just how much a part of the culture gang life was, to the point where they were so confident at one point that they would even put the markings all over their face and bodies. You've got a toilet over here for them to go to the bathroom. You've got this basin here that they use to bathe themselves. And then you can see there's a barrel of water that they can drink from. Aside from that, it's kept incredibly...
Man, that is some really, really stiff fit.
24/7 light. There's no mattresses. There's no sheets. Do they ever get violent with each other in there?
No, they seldom do. Because, well, there is no territory to fight over.
De la cena es frijol. You can see beans, tortillas, and rice.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good lunch.
Yeah.
Entire pop.
Seth says I'm in. Send me to Venezuelan prison.
They're offered
some exercise service
to sell, but that's limited to just 30 minutes a day. The other 23 and a half hours, they're kept in.
They're literally shelved up like you're at Home Depot, and the way they keep the paint up top, right?
They're then brought into this. I mean, I don't even know how to describe it. It feels like a cellar. It is totally dark once they close this door.
Is that for bad people?
The only light you get is through this hole.
I think we need to start building Venezuelan type prisons. Let me, if I was to go to my 270 to win, I have it around here somewhere. Here we go. 270 to win. This was when I left last night. No, I'm sorry. This is what they had early this morning. But that's red. That's red. That's red. And what am I missing? What's the official call? I got 302, 229.
Well, because they haven't given Michigan, Nevada, Arizona technically the Trump, so right now it's 276 to 223.
All right, so they've not given Michigan,
no,
Arizona, or Nevada.
Technically, they haven't even given Georgia,
and technically they haven't even given Georgia. So that's what's left right there?
Yes.
So you're saying technically it's 229 to 254?
No, if I go that's on AP. If I go to CNN, they gave Georgia. So it looks like if you go CNN.
Okay, so CNN gives to Georgia.
Yeah.
That's 270.
Yes.
And so, but I mean, he's good. I mean, I think he's trending.
Didn't Trump win?
Yeah, he won.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
they just technically haven't given, but yeah, he's trending in Arizona, Nevada, Michigan.
He won, Seth, but he hasn't won, if that makes sense. He's won, but like 100% of the votes are not accounted for in Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. Although he's up and projected to win on all three of those states, they still haven't closed the books on it. Although, they closed the books they closed the books on Pennsylvania, did they not?
Yes.
And gave it to him.
Yes.
So I saw there was a story where I saw was a 268. CNN's being a bunch of assholes.
Well, if she just comes out and says that he won, it's pretty much done then.
She did?
No, I'm saying if she does, right? Then it's done, no matter what.
Newsmax projects Donald Trump wins, first network to break the news. This is how they have it scored. They had it scored 286. Kind of like, they pretty much had it scored the same way I did.
Yes.
With Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania all going to Trump, a 286 to 226 breakdown. Hello, as far as the Electoral College. Hello?
Good morning, Bubba. How are you, sir?
Good.
Good. I wanted to ask you something about that Calta gentleman. When I was growing up in Tampa,
am I getting God again?
No, I don't think so.
No, sir. There was a Calta Fitness on Bush Boulevard.
It has nothing to do with him or his family.
Oh, okay. I was just curious. And hey, by the way, too, can you mention to Mr. Lasker on Friday there was a motorcycle club, I believe, on Limeball called the Golden Eagles. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Years ago.
I'm not familiar.
Can you ask him on Friday maybe what that was all about? I'm sure he'll remember.
I don't know
Golden Eagles on Limeball.
I don't know if that's a question you ask an outlaw, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I was just curious. I never knew what it was. My dad never could tell me.
I understand, but what I'm saying is, like, I'm curious too, but there's just some things that you don't, you just don't ask,
They didn't look like 1%ers, but I didn't know what they were really. It's like a hobby.
Yeah, I Googled it. It looks like it's the oldest motorcycle riding club in Florida.
Riding club. They're not running guns or drugs or anything like that.
I didn't think so. I was just curious if he ever.
I don't think the Golden Eagles are killing anybody like I don't think there's any Golden Eagles that are in prison right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was just curious about that. Also, I'd like to. I'm glad that wasn't related to the Caltas Fitness because I did train there a little bit in stands on 56 in Temple Terrace as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
with a gentleman by the name of Abe Cuesta. He was a bodybuilder in Tampa.
You definitely should have called him and asked him that.
Yeah. But anyway, listen, I appreciate you listening to us.
One more thing, Bubba, please. When
hold on. Do you know, sir, that you have one more thing to me now 4 times?
They've all sucked.
I'm just saying, like that screams
I'm
of.
hungover from the election.
All right. So what's your last thing?
Well, okay. When Anna was there,
can I tell you something? We have the most important presidential election of our lifetime, and you have asked me one about the Golden Eagles Motorcycle Club. You've asked me about Caltas Fitness. You've asked me about some other thing, none of which are globally very important right now. I mean, if your life...
How about you guys get on the Minect, like PBD? I was just thinking another stream of revenue. Minect, have you...
Minect.
It's... Patrick Bet-David's, they have a stream of revenue. You can.
Okay, well,
they have a stream of revenue.
I think Patrick Bet-David does really well on Rumble and on his podcast and on YouTube and his various other places.
It's like another platform for donations, and you sell your advice to people.
Yeah,
they call in.
I think that we are really, with our 5 visual platforms being Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook, and Twitch. Our audio platforms being our app, TuneIn, Bubba Army HQ, and our podcasting world. I think we're spread pretty even right now where we need to be.
I was just trying to offer another way for you guys to make money.
By which means do you listen or watch the show?
Rumble, sir. Rumble all the time because it's commercial free.
Right. Fantastic. Rumble it is. And I appreciate it. And I will ask Gene about the Golden Eagles.
Thank you for the information. I mean, it's just, I was worried about that Calta thing, and I didn't know if it was related.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. I mean, just look at him. I mean, he's as fat as I. If he owned a gym.
I know, but I didn't know if it was a cousin or, something like that.
All right, buddy. I appreciate it. Thank you, Short Spacer. Every time I was giving an answer, he would short space me.
He was really worried about Calta Fitness and if he owned it or not.
Did he get his membership back?
Yeah, I mean the five. And one more. Can I hate one of my pet peeves? I hate when I get a caller on and then they one more thing, and then one more thing, and then, now listen, hey, one more thing. I'll take one of those and maybe two, but not five. I don't need five one more things. We're in the middle of declaring Donald Trump the 47th president of the United States, the only man to go 45, 47. Skip one. Hello.
Morning, Bubba. It's Super Fat Bubba Light.
Hi, Super Fat Bubba Light.
I was watching my brother on the news last night with you.
Yeah, he did look like your uncle.
Oh, hey, I just had a question for you. If they had the statistic of like how many illegals across the border actually voted for the Democratic Party.
I don't think that that's a statistic that they can't keep. I think that's one.
Not enough.
I think one, not enough, and two, I don't think that it's really it's legal in any way, shape, or form. And three, if they did get some illegals to be able to get dead grandpa, Brian Matroni's father-in-law's voting card, I don't think it's a statistic that they want you to know about. I'm just kind of maybe speculating.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah, because I know they were pushing where you didn't have to show an ID or proof of residence or anything when you were voting. That's why I thought maybe that's why they were letting all these people have open borders.
The one thing that I'll give both parties credit for, and if you were probably to give of the two parties, maybe the one that with the most credit would be the party that's currently in charge, and that's the Democrats. But it seems like they were able to work out, all of the problems that they had in 2020. Now we do have some slow report. I think there was a delay in Wisconsin.
Yes.
And others, but I do think that you're not hearing stories of the debauchery and cheating. You're not hearing those. You're hearing some stories of some maybe computers malfunctioning when they run in the ballots through that, and they had to rerun them. But for the most part, I couldn't find really any stories about the one party or the other. I will tell you, I think that she's being a little more graceful in the loss than he was. And the other thing is, well, she wouldn't give a speech last night. So I think she probably should have given a speech last night because she's,
At least thank the people that came out.
Yeah. But, I mean, listen, the one thing it seems like we've gotten, maybe it's because both parties had boots on the grounds at these, Fulton County precincts, these outside of Milwaukee precincts, these Pennsylvania precincts that all had issues last time. You can send election attorneys that actually specialize in elections. You can send them to oversee the counting of and handling of the ballots so that you don't have, a couple of 5 or 6 mail office bins show up beside the door at 3 a.m. and they get counted. It seems like I've not seen or heard one story of a violation. Seth, have you? I've not seen any of that
yet. I mean, Trump won, so there's not going to be any.
Well, I mean,
tomfoolery.
There could very well be. I mean, there could be. I mean, that's the go-to. That's the go-to deal. Maybe this was a as fair as it can be election.
I mean, it's not close, though. I mean, I think before there were states where there was it was just separated by, thousands of votes, but there's not even one swing state that's remotely close here.
Right.
I mean, it was a blowout.
All right. So, Super Fat Bubba Light, man, we'll obviously see you in January for BARF.
No problem. And then the only person I heard that it was on Rumble right before you went live, and the guy was talking about there was a illegal Chinese immigrant that went to a voting station, filled out the card, and then they found out he was illegal. And then the person who caught him asked him, "Are you guys going to take his vote out?" And they said, "Oh, it was too late. They already had put it in."
What state was that?
they didn't really specify what state it was.
Well, it didn't really matter. I mean, that one illegal Chinese/Mexican vote didn't make a difference in Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, or Georgia, which is the big states that, needed to be, at least half of those needed to be red. And Lummy, I think all of them were.
It was Michigan, and it was a Chinese student tried to vote.
And that poor guy didn't know any different. He was just trying to go in there and be cool. Poor guy.
Got arrested.
I mean, he you know what? They were probably having they were probably having dollar long necks at the local bar down by the college campus if you had an I voted sticker. That's all he really wanted.
Did you see the Dabo Sweeney story that I sent you?
Yeah, I did. That was yesterday, I think, where he got rejected because
his vote didn't count. They had to look into it
because his son is named the same.
William Sweeney,
right,
is the real name. So
and Dabo was super cool about it. It's like, well, dadgummit, I don't think my vote's going to get counted today.
Well, I think Dabo got really kind of in his feelings because Dabo's like, man, we lost a couple of games, and all of a sudden they're done with me. My vote doesn't count.
I think he said I'm 5-2 in the conference. No, I'm 6-1 in the conference, and my vote doesn't even count anymore.
But that is kind of crazy, though. I mean, I'm imagining, where is he? North Carolina, South Carolina?
South Carolina.
South Carolina. I'm imagining that state was made up already. But I mean, to have the same name and to not be able to vote, and to have that separated,
and to have it by a named, famous person, like if it would happen to you and your father, just a couple people that people don't know about,
right.
but for the arguably
Sweeney's in South Carolina's royalty.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say arguably one of the most popular people in South Carolina, certainly has turned the Clemson program around, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, royalty. And his vote doesn't count. There's effery in his vote. Super Fat Bubba Light, man. Gotta go. Love you. Appreciate everything you do for us. I'll see you at Barf, okay?
Oh, no problem. And hope the poop sticks out all worked out for you, Lummy.
Yeah, thank you.
See you later, buddy. This is I don't know what I got here. It's a Trump soundbite.
Look, I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened.
Man, he still won't let it go. Man, he is such a narcissist. He still won't let it go. He should have just said, we know how the second one went. You can say the same thing and not say it, right?
Yep.
You can be like, we know about the second one. But anyway, I'm really proud of my people. Boots on the ground. And the American people want to change. They want a strong president that can get stuff done. Because right now we're a wreck. We're absolutely a wreck. You know what I'm most mad about? I would have actually been less mad if Kamala would have won and Amendment 3 and 4 in Florida would have passed. I would be actually happier this morning. I am so pissed, and I have so much disdain for our governor that single-handedly got both of those amendments pretty much moved the needle to where they wouldn't, used state funds and his own opinion and resources to pretty much get Amendment 3 and 4 not to go through. I didn't know this, Lummy, but there are other states that had amendments, and most other states that have amendments only require a 51% majority.
Really?
We're one of the very few states that require 60. And so, but then again, we have had things that we are like medical marijuana. We've had things that did make the 60% threshold. But I think, what was it? Weed was the legalization of recreational weed was, I think, 55. And I think abortion opening up to viability was 58, beat by 2. And it just, oh my God, it just shows you how archaic and draconian we really are. And that now, so if you live in Florida and you want to get an abortion and you're a woman and you and your husband or you and your boyfriend or you just on your own because you're a single mom and you made a mistake and you don't feel as if you should raise this child, in the environment that you live or the age that you are, or just for what, you don't need a reason. The only reason you need as a woman is I don't want this baby.
Right. A lot of people look at abortion as birth control. And there's like some other reasons in there why people might get one.
Actually, so many more. reasons why people get one.
But now, I mean, now if there's an issue after 6 weeks, you just have to cross state lines. No big deal.
It is a big deal to me. It shows you just how.
I know, Bubba. I'm just being sarcastic.
I know. It just shows me everything I needed to know about DeSantis.
But it's not
I hope that he goes. I hope DeSantis privately goes away after his term in 2 years.
Well, I don't think he's going to be on the national scene. I think he could do stuff with Florida for as long as he wants to.
I mean, does he run for a state senator?
I could see him being a senator. Who would you rather have, Rick Scott or Ron DeSantis?
Oh, boy.
Well, as much as it, honest to God, tears my absolute heart out, probably Scott.
Wow.
He seems to be a little more middle of the road and not nearly as far evangelical as this DeSantis character.
And this was the best, I would say this was the best campaign we ran.
President Trump, do you accept the possibility that you and Vice President Harris both might not get to 270 electoral votes by the end of tonight?
Melania, I wear my sunglasses at night so I can. Who sings it, Seth? You're the 80s guy.
I don't. That's a one-hit wonder, isn't it?
Corey Hart.
Yeah, never. Yeah.
She had a lot of hits.
I wear my. Corey Hart didn't have any hits.
What are you talking about, Lummy?
Corey Hart had I wear my sunglasses at night.
Don't
period.
tell me there was some sort of Corey Hart best of catalog that we missed along
Canadian,
the way.
of course.
Hey, Alexa. Good morning, Alexa. Let's ask her who won. Alexa, good morning.
Morning. Today is the birthday of Adolphe Sax, the inventor of the saxophone.
Let's see who.
And not to toot my own horn, but this month is also my birthday. Beep, beep.
Hey, Alexa, happy birthday.
Aw. Thank you so much. You're the bee's knees.
Oh, yeah. All right. Hey, Alexa.
She's flirting with you, Bubba.
Who won the presidential election?
According to Reuters, Republican Donald Trump beat Democrat Kamala Harris in the U.S. presidential election 51% to 47.35%. Donald Trump has earned 279 of the total 538 electoral votes, while Kamala Harris has earned 223.
Hey, Alexa, how many hits did the music artist Corey Hart have?
4.
You're saying 4?
3 to 4.
From thehusbandblog.com. Over the years, Corey Hart sold over 16 million records worldwide and recorded 9 U.S. Billboard Top 40 hits.
What?
That's right. Never surrender. It ain't enough.
Oh,
the Canadian.
I did hear.
The Jewish Canadian.
I did hear. The Jewish Canadian, Seth, makes you like him even more.
That is not. Hart.
He's a Jewish Canadian.
Hart was not his government name, if that's true.
Hartstein, probably. but the record label on RCA is like, man, nobody's going to buy a record from Corey Hartstein. Okay?
Corey Manischewitz. Yeah, we're not buying sunglasses.
Corey Hartberg, come on now.
By the way, how did Lummy have that knowledge that Corey Hart
Because he binged it.
Well, I binged the hits. I knew he had more than one hit, though, because I looked it up back in the day.
All right, here we go.
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way,
I will tell you this, man. There are a lot of states, including Florida, that really has the counting the vote thing down. Because what were they, Seth? By like what?
7:15, you know?
By 8:15, they had Florida wrapped up. I mean, they had all the...
So today is Election Day, and right now we're looking at the different paths to 270 and what viewers can expect tonight as the polls close and the results roll in. So, of course, we're going to bring in the best.
We got to 270!
Yeah, please. Let me do a couple phone calls. Today is just going to be... We're going to try our best. I really ran you dry. John Kostika doesn't have $1 left in his pocket after last night. We ran you guys ragged last night on the contributions. Let's just, you know what? Let's just have a...
Because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric.
Old blockhead.
Yeah, he that guy.
What do you think Bubba, what do you think it was? Because I know when we did the debate show, you don't even have to ask for money. People just give it. Is it just being on at that time of night? People appreciate it?
I think it's added value. Yeah.
But I mean, it's crazy. I mean,
know. Here's what I think, Seth.
We're going to take a pause right here because we have a big call to make right now.
We do indeed. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project.
I think it's the fact that only the hardcore big whales watch or listen to us, and they feel super, appreciative that we're going the extra mile, giving them something a little bit different. And they really come out.
There's a lot of new money, though.
Yeah, there was a lot of new money. Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah.
It's Alan. Go Trump. I've got one question or an answer for you. The Golden Triangles deal, that was a scrambles track for motorcycles way back, and they had a short track also on Wednesday nights.
Oh, so it was,
what was going on.
The Golden Eagles of the Tampa, Florida Motorcycle Club were like more of a racing thing than they were a gang thing.
Right, and if you remember Jimmy Haynes, who drove the number 20 Ledford construction sprint car years ago, was killed at Phoenix. He used to race out there with us motorcycles before he got into the sprint cars.
All right, cool. Good to know.
Okay.
Appreciate the insight, my friend. By what means do you listen to the show?
You, always.
I know. No, do you get us
on the radio? On the radio.
AM 820?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm going to try to clear this story just because it's tried to fire. I think this was when they were still kind of this is Fox, and I don't think they had declared a winner yet. I don't think.
We're going to take a pause right here because we have a big call to make right now.
We do indeed. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, who started his entrepreneurial career in the car company and buying auto shops in Ohio, has won and unseated incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown,
so
been...
That's a Senate House gain, right, Lummy?
Yes, it is.
Is it after it shakes all out, is it going to be the Republicans control all three? And when's the last time that happened? Either democratically or republicanly. Which time is what's the last time? Did Barack have it for a few years?
He had it in the beginning.
I think Barack had it for up until the midterm.
Is stuff about to get done?
Oh, stuff's going to get done. Yeah.
An Ohio institution for a lot of years. This is an important flip for Republicans.
Yeah,
the party is edging closer to an outright.
We saw that last night when he got on the microphone. He was actually pretty good on the microphone, that guy was. Old used car salesman. Hello, who's this?
Hello, this is David.
Hi, David.
Yes, sir. Trump killed in Pennsylvania because he went up 25% in the African American male vote. And they were talking about Michigan, how he was in suburbia and got a lot of the Spanish vote. And he just...
Well, they're saying, they're saying, and you are right, they're saying that Latino males and African American men were probably the difference in Donald Trump's victory last night. That's where he made the most gains, were with those two particular subsections. And good for him, because, Latino men and African American men know what that we need a change to fix, groceries, energy, and oddly enough, immigration, Mexicans and Latinos that are in here, America, legally working hard, they don't want illegals in here. They made it in here the right way. They filled out the proper paperwork. They're here legally. They're able to vote. They don't want a bunch of illegals. They absolutely despise the Democratic immigration template. And so that's where Trump, the
illegals are going to take the illegals' jobs.
Right. I don't think, I just think the Democrats overall from A to Z screwed the pooch. First of all, Kamala inherited an absolute nightmare of an economy, inflation. She really didn't have a definitive answer on what we're going to do in Israel and Ukraine. She doesn't come across strong. When you're dealing with Israel, Gaza, the Palestinians, Hamas, when you're dealing Hezbollah, when you're dealing with those type of people in conjunction, when you throw in a Putin kicker, I think you have to have somebody that at least comes across strong. Whether that person be, listen, Hillary Clinton, this isn't a male or female thing. Hillary Clinton came across strong. I would have much rather. I think Hillary Clinton may have been able to win last night because if we're dead set on putting a Democrat in there, people heard Lummy when I played the 2008 Hillary Clinton's views on immigration.
Yeah.
I think what the Democratic Party needs to see now from this, and maybe I can talk privately to Seth's mom about it. She's one of the very few liberals that I know, but it's maybe the party has not left the people. The people haven't left the party. The party's left the people, and that they have moved so far left that Hillary Clinton's immigration policy of 2008 would now be considered heavy MAGA. And so I think the Democratic Party, I think I watched it last night on CNN. It was late. I was laying in bed watching my phone, and he said, I forget who it was, but somebody on CNN says this victory is actually good for the Democrats because it will actually get them the chance to reset a lot of their policies and come to center with a lot of their policies, regroup. You're obviously not going to have an incumbent in 2028. You're going to and you know what? I'm hearing Buttigieg or whatever that guy's name is.
Yeah,
I'm Pete
Buttigieg.
Pete Buttigieg. I'm hearing he's a forerunner, and he's way more. He's very knowledgeable, and he's way more center than this far. The Democratic Party, in my opinion, has become very far left. And then you get people, and then you.
I know you're looking at other guys, Bubba, but you do know that Biden can run again in 4 years, right?
Maybe Hunter. I don't know. All right, man. Hey, I appreciate you, buddy.
But Bubba, I just want you to understand something. I'm a Mexican, Indian, white guy. That I totally agree with your statement too. That I don't want them coming over our borders, stealing our jobs, and getting all that free money. No,
not when they haven't given you a dime other than an opportunity.
No.
They had you come in here and said, "Hey, boy, go find your own job and bust ass and make your own way." Whether that's living with family for a while, however you figure it out, you did, and that's the way it needs to be. Period. And you did it the right way.
Yes, sir.
So to let other people's in here willy nilly, put them up in fancy hotels in New York, shuffle them around with free tickets and wherever they want to go, give them a free cell phone, free food, free room and board, only is a slap in the face of the people like Maria Guatemala and you and other immigrants that have gone through the necessary heartaches and pain in the ass. It's tough to become an American citizen when you are an immigrant. It's tough. It's expensive, and it's tough. And so for those hardworking immigrants, legal Mexicans, Hispanic males like yourself, it's really, really a slap in your face. And that's where the Democrats misjudged the existing Latinos that are in our country legally, and that could have very well been the contributing factor. Period.
Yes, sir, and I love you, Bubba. Bubba Army for life.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. So, I mean, like the Democrats, they screwed the pooch. They screwed the pooch by not telling Joe early on, you're not the guy.
Yeah.
You're not the guy, man. And then...
You think Joe would have had a better showing than Kamala?
No, I think it would have been worse. I think she kept it close in Pennsylvania. She kept it close. I mean, it was touch and go in Wisconsin whether she was going to win. It was a pick-em in Pennsylvania. It was a pick-em in Michigan. It was damn near a pick-em in Georgia. So she was right along the lines of when he did his best. But no, they needed to before the. They needed to make him not the nominee before the primary process, and stuck her in there with others and made her win the primary, so that the Democratic nominee at the top of the ticket was a person that actually won the primary.
They should have got the guy from Pennsylvania too.
Yeah, Seth. There you go.
Shapiro.
Waltz I mean, she was going to win Minnesota regardless if Mickey Mouse was her VP. But the guy from the Democratic senator from Pennsylvania, Shapiro, is not a bad dude. He's a lot. Let me tell you this: he's a lot sharper than Waltz, and he probably delivers you Pennsylvania.
I don't know what they were looking for with Walls. Like, they think they were looking just for like some sort of like common guy.
To me, it looks like
watches football and fixes cars.
To me, it looks like they just had a dartboard against the wall. They just threw it and said, "Oh, it landed on the Minnesota dude."
He's just a big slobbery Saint Bernard. I just can't take him seriously.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
The abortion rights measure in Florida got
first transgender person got elected.
By the way, they tested the Olympic athlete, the boxer, and that she's officially a man.
Yeah.
I didn't get that story.
Fox News decision desk can now
I think I sent a couple days. Let me see.
Yeah, but that was a couple days ago.
I'll send it again.
You have it?
Yeah, I'll go to my sent.
Oh, I sent you if you want to cover Sarah McBride, the first transgender.
I know. Where did you send it to me, lover?
Your IM?
Okay. Yeah, send me everything IMs. All right, so Seth, did you send me an IM?
I sent you some IMs, yes.
Okay, I got the...
I'm just looking for that Iman Keefe story.
One of my ex... I saw him.
There's the Dabo Sweeney one you sent me. Yeah, yesterday. And then, Lummy, you sent me some stuff, right, Beb?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And by the way, man, thank you guys for coming last night. You're right, Seth, you're right. When we do shit like that, man, we fucking kill it.
Yeah, I don't even,
We fucking kill it.
Just show up and people go crazy. It's awesome.
Now, Lummy, is this a transgender person?
Yes.
So the first transgender... Did you... All right, and then the Alex Jones story?
Yeah, that's a full Trump speech.
Oh, okay. Oh, I can't go 37 minutes.
I'm trying to find something less than that.
All right, I'm going to get rid of that because I can't. We overcame a bunch of cheating motherfuckers. Now, what happens to all of his criminal shit? That's something I want to ask on the air so that you guys give me your opinion, but does that go away?
I don't know.
You know, like...
I just don't think it matters. He got a job with felonies. Shit,
it ain't like he, didn't check the box.
Yeah, they do his background check, man. He's good.
Party Kim, $100.
Jeez. I just IM'd you the Olympic male story.
Okay.
I just died in your arms tonight.
Who sings it?
Fuck, man.
Cutting Crew.
Yeah, I knew it was something like that.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of songs that I sing, you don't really know the artist because
I do.
80s, just staples of the 80s.
I usually do, buddy.
I tried to keep 1,000 bits.
Well, you don't know Corey Hart's full catalog, so sorry.
Better surrender.
Well, you know what? Neither did you. Okay, so you're a one-hit wonder, just like
I'm really concerned. Lummy was very quick to know that he had more hits.
I only knew Never Surrender.
He had 9 in the top 40, dude. That's not easy.
He's Canadian.
Oh. All right, I gotta go pee.
You gotta go TT.
Gotta go pee for America.
identity. We've actually been hearing masculine.
Thank you, Airtight Ski Pole. Thank you, Kendo.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Before I get into things, thank you so much to all the people that participated last night on last night's election show. Myself, Lummy, Dan, Macho Man, Seth, Merch Crick were in here. My sister catered in Domino's Pizza. Man, I got to tell you, the pizza was good. I get like what they call the works, but did anybody try those brown lava cakes?
No, those were good.
I mean, those brownie lava cakes. And Seth, I think you did try one, and you're like, oh my God, what are these brown lava cakes called?
I did enjoy them as I was hearing about Babyface's potential heart attack, but it wasn't stopping me from having a molten lava Domino's cake. Bubba, here's the thing: it's not, because I know people will be like, "Oh, Domino's pizza, big deal." To me, it's the actual thought of Tara to go. They're going to be working. I'm going to send them food because it's not.
And she actually asked me, "Hey, where would you like it from?" And I was just like, Domino's has a natural tie into the show because my agent, owns quite a bit of them, and the Domino's that services the studios owned by my agent. So I like to give him as much business as I can. But she is so well-rounded as a good person.
It's very, very thoughtful. And then to throw 500 on top of it last night's even crazier.
Did you see the airtight ski pole? A G-ball over there on Twitch.
Whoa. Get 1,000 bits.
Thank you, Joe, from the West Side. Last night, man, PayPal was going crazy. This morning, seems like it's brisk as well. I got.
Is this what Trump America looks like for us, Bubba? Because we're going to be rolling in it, baby.
I think, and here's what I'm most excited about. By the way, Buck Lummy out of South Carolina, a Hun, Garrett Tully 50, and Party Kim 50. Early on in the PayPal world. And I think, Seth, Kenny Price last night, right when we were signing off, Lummy, shivering this, here a business, here it is. I think, he was 50 last night. No, was he 50 or was he 100?
I thought you said 100.
He was 50. But so anyway, Trump has mentioned that he's going to, I think that this might be day one stuff, because he really campaigned hard for it. And that was, no taxing of tips. And so, I
forgot about that one.
Yeah, so,
there was a lot of debate, though, about whether he could do that or not.
Well, Kamala came out and said she could do it, so that pretty much.
So, I think he can.
I hope so.
I think the president runs the IRS. I think I really do think the president can do that. So what I'm saying is I got to get with my accountants and say, okay, when, YouTube pays me, and when, Rumble pays me, and when we get our checks from X and Facebook and Twitch, and we get our, podcasting checks from the advertising agency, and we get our ad results check, Lummy, from Super Beats and things like that. Those are all, companies that are sending us, a check for services that we've done for them, or clicks or advertising or something like that. But whereas, David Buchanan $100 Cash App, or a $100 PayPal, that is a tip.
Neil Mount Plaisir, $20. Trump baby.
And let me maybe it could be as just as easy as you audibly saying Neil Mount Plaisir, $100 tip on the PayPal.
Yeah.
And maybe they need to, in the memo part, put tip, right? Then we would have a record for it.
BPR Menenberg, $20.
And Seth, if you'd go to your accountant and say the person gave us this money via PayPal, and in the memo portion they put tip. That's their intention, is for this to be a tip.
Oh, I'm all about the workaround on this.
Me too.
I mean, let's get it going.
Yeah.
Let's benefit from this immediately.
Try, yeah.
I sent you a shorter Trump victory speech.
Does Russia pull out of Ukraine on day one also?
I don't know. You know what? I wonder what Trump's, because listen.
Did Putin congratulate him?
I don't know. Biden's day one stuff was an immediate opening of the border, an immediate shutdown of the pipeline. You know, we could probably actually Google Biden's day one stuff. I wonder what Trump's day one stuff.
We better be fracking all over the place.
Here, this came down this at like almost midnight. Fox actually made the announcement at midnight. I've not officially declared Donald Trump the 47th president yet. I guess the Democrats, whoever, are still trying to hold on to Nevada, Arizona, and Michigan, which have not, I guess, been official.
And I sent you everything Biden did on day one.
Okay.
Fox News Decision Desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him.
Lummy, I wonder if I should put a call into Roger Stone to see if we could get Roger on by the end of the week.
Yeah, there we go.
To give us an inside opinion, because you know he was at Mar-a-Lago. You know that he is behind the scenes on the Trump stuff. I wonder if I know Roger will go on.
Back to the White House.
47th president of the United States, former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago.
Which goes to show you,
for Democrats,
Seth, just goes to show you one thing that we learned last night. Ready? Vegas always knows.
Sure does.
Don't they? I mean, like, how many times?
Well, they missed the Bucks game the other night, Bubba, but I got what you're saying.
Attack of the Dog, $20.
Did they miss?
It was a 9-point spread.
It's fine, though. It gave you something to work with. I know what you're talking about.
But more often than not, man, they know. They just, how many times, if you had, 300 on a game and you had 3.5 points and you're up by 4 and that team had to score a last-minute field goal, they couldn't even won the game, but they scored the last-minute field goal just to screw you.
Oh, of course.
He narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history
of running the table with battleground states.
Let me go ahead.
And brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States, former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign.
Not a bad showing for being in the race 100 days.
Now it is possible
really.
that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
He often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term as president by the fact that he
that guy stayed up longer than we did.
He was new to
yeah.
this realm that
he's old.
That he had come to win the presidency in, and
that
he promises us that now he knows. Now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. Exactly. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out.
You need to get rid of your FBI director immediately. Lummy, can you see like a Tucker Carlson or a Elon Musk being on his cabinet?
I'd like to see Elon being on his cabinet. I don't think Tucker wants that.
Yeah, I don't think Tucker. Tucker's not going to be able to be as controversial at his TuckerCarlson.com, where he's doing documentaries and full blown. He's doing. I don't think that he's going to be able. Yeah, you're probably, when you're on the president's cabinet, you're very much
buttoned up.
Yeah, So let me. If I go to my 270 to win, did they call Michigan for Trump?
Are these? They're saying it's leaning that way. Yeah.
So are these still the 3 states that they refuse to call? Is it still, even though Donald Trump is at 270, she's at 229, Fox declares Trump the winner last night at midnight. Trump has an acceptance speech that you sent me. Obviously he thinks that he's winning, but these 3 states still have not closed their elections.
According to CNN, it's Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska.
Hold on. So that's what I have. No, Hawaii.
Yep.
Hawaii
went blue.
Hawaii went blue.
Yep.
So Alaska, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada.
Yes, but they're all leaning Trump, but they just haven't closed it out.
Right. And now, Lummy, is this what you sent me for?
That's what Biden did on his first day.
Oh, okay. Here we go. 17 things that he did. Require masks on federal property. That ended up being a complete joke. We can sit here and talk about what mattered and what didn't matter.
I liked it, man. Nobody recognized you at the grocery store. You can just get by without small talk.
Rejoin the World Health Organization. I don't think that's. You think we're getting back out of that?
Well, he reversed it from Trump.
Oh, okay.
It shows to the red what he reversed Trump order.
Set up a COVID office that reports directly to Biden. Extended foreclosures and eviction moratoriums. Froze student debt. Rejoined the Paris Climate Accords, which was something that Trump was not part of. Revoked this was very important, and this is why for his 4 years, Biden's 4 years, we had record gas prices. Revoked the permit for the Keystone XL pipeline and canceled all other Trump administration energy rules. The Keystone pipeline was like 75% done, and they'd made it all the way down to like Missouri. And from there, they had to go down to Corpus Christi and then over to southern Illinois, which are your 2 largest refineries. And that means we would have been able to pipe oil or natural gas or whatever the hell they were piping. I think it's oil from Alaska. Now, they'd made it all the way from Alaska to southern Missouri. And Biden cancels the remaining portion of building that pipeline. I think that's probably day one stuff for Trump, right?
Yeah, I sent you the map of the Keystone pipeline if you wanted to see it.
I do want to see it. All right, so what is this? Is this where this is what's been built?
It looks like what's been built's the red, the orange,
and the only thing that's left is the blue.
The blue.
So hold on here. So phase 1 looks like it's a couple different. Okay, so the red's been built.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So they are wanting to build phase
2,
phase 2,
phase 3, and phase 4.
Oh, I don't even know what
all the ones on the bottom going to Texas was stopped.
Is the solid one the only one that's done?
No, that's the one that's the XL. That's the one that they were trying to get built too. That Biden shut down.
All right. So everything's been built except south of Steel City.
Yes.
And so all you had to do was go blip, which I was right. Southern Illinois is one of the largest gasoline refineries, and then Houston, outside of Houston. So that's all they built all this, and they just had to go and our gas prices would be $1.80, and that's Biden closed that down. Next, these are day one stuff that Biden did. And let me maybe Google, Donald Trump's proposed day one policies. Nix, the 1776 Commission. Biden terminated the Trump administration's 1776 Commission, a project named at promoting more conservative history curriculum in the U.S. schools that existed only for a few months. The group released a report on Martin Luther King Jr. that contained several inaccuracies and paragraphs lifted from other published works. The executive order also directs all federal agencies to create an action plan within 200 days to address unequal barriers to opportunity and agencies. Is this kind of like the DEI deal? Is this kind of the beginning of the DEI deal? Unwind Trump's changes to the census. Well, now hold on. How do you? Isn't the census like just a number of people that are here, and how do you change that? Do you go to a household of 6 and say, "Well, we got you listed as 6, but we're going to put you down as 9," right?
Should you have booked a smart person for the show today?
Yeah, I should have.
Yeah, I don't know any of this stuff. Sorry.
Strengthen legal protections for dreamers. Okay.
Yeah, that's immigrants.
Okay. Is that what they're calling them?
Well, yeah, dreamers are, I believe, the kids.
Dreamers.
The young immigrants. And they weren't able to get deported.
Abolish the Muslim ban. Biden got rid of the Trump administration's ban on people from several majority Muslim countries entering the United States, a policy that new administration blasted as rooted in religious xenophobia. None of this stuff, man. Cancel the Trump's administration interior enforcement rule. Halt construction of the U.S.-Mexican border wall. Extend deportation protections for libertarians. Ban workplace discrimination. Man, he went crazy on his first day. His hand had to hurt.
Well, I mean, I didn't even know you could do so many things. I mean, Trump might double that.
I think they have all these just laying down. They're already pre-lawed up, and you just sign them. Ban workplace discrimination against LGBT employees.
Are there going to be January 6th pardons given out on the first day, or is that something?
I don't know if that's first day stuff, but it's coming. Implement an ethics pledge for all executive branch officials. Freeze Trump's midnight regulations. What's that? Biden signed an order that will freeze all Trump's administration regulations currently in process, blocking them from taking effect while the new administration reviews them. So I guess
that seems pretty standard.
Maybe Trump signed a bunch of stuff at midnight, Lummy.
Yeah,
and they're like, which that's.
Joe said you're not getting this past me, buddy.
I sent you an article that kind of pointed out what Trump said he's going to try to do.
Okay. This is perfect here. Okay, hold on here.
Oh, you got to hit continue reading. Yeah, stupid.
Right here, continue reading. All right, here we go. More than 200. No, hold on. Seth, he says he's going to do 200 things. He's going to have to get up at 1 in the morning and go to bed at midnight to be able to get this done.
He's probably already trying to get him pushed through just to get a head start.
More than 200 day one promises. Education 82 times. Trump has promised on day one to cut funds to schools that teach what Trump has described as critical race theory and transgender insanity. Immigration. He has mentioned starting the largest deportation operation in American history. Energy. Trump has vowed to repeal Biden's electric vehicle mandate, by the way, 31 times. Transgender issues. He has also repeatedly promised to keep men out of women's sports. And then there's 33 other things. I actually don't have a problem with any of these. I don't have a problem with any of it. I think we need to drill down deep as to what we're teaching our kids in school. I do think that we need to deport a lot of these bad immigrants, just like Hillary Clinton said in 2008. Send them back. If they're bad, send them back. Energy. I guess what Donald didn't Biden want an all electric car policy by 2035?
Yes.
By 2035, every vehicle had to be electric. Well, listen, that's not very American. Well, don't we? I mean, shouldn't we have the right to buy the type of vehicle we like or want? If it's
yes, sir, we will.
If it's manufactured by a reputable manufacturer and it passes. Listen, these car makers have stringent pollution standards and all types of deals. They're just not making anything willy-nilly. But, I mean, there comes – I don't know that our electric grid can support. I mean, what's the percentage hey, Alexa, what are the percentage of electric vehicles in America?
Here's something I found on the web. According to TheVerge.com, there are roughly 280 million cars and trucks on the road in the U.S. today, only 3% of which are electric.
All right, so hold on. 3%. So we're talking 11 years. So you're going to say that we're going to strengthen our electrical grid so much and add so many windmills and solar power and all the other things so that right now as we stand, there's 3% of the vehicles that are on the road are electric. You think in 11 years we can support adding 97% more vehicles that require you to plug them in and drain our electrical grid? I don't know that A equals B there, right? Secondly, what about things like school buses and farm tractors and road graders and bulldozers and front end loaders and skid steers and all this equipment used to make roads and forestry and to and to farm? I don't think the farmer that goes out and pays $2 million for a combine can just, that $2 million diesel powered, Cummins combine, John Deere combine that's ran by a big ass, 900 horsepower cat motor or Cummins. I don't know that these diesel big motor heavy equipment manufacturers can develop, battery operated machinery. And what that $2 million combine that you bought is now obsolete or illegal? And at that point, man, how much energy is it taken to battery up your combine and compared to, I don't know. I just think that I think that we've outkicked our coverage on that law, so to speak. Right?
Yes.
I mean, I listen, I think that I'd like to have an electric vehicle, but I'd also like to have my, gasoline-powered truck, too. And I would drive my electric vehicle up to the track every weekend that I go to the track. It's 240 round-trip miles, right?
So you'd be good on one charge.
Yeah, one charge. I charge it up, and then when I got up there, you can even trickle charge them with 110, but I have 50 amp up at the track, so I could plug it back in up there while I was working all day.
Charging station.
Yeah, exactly. Hello.
Yeah, Bubba, the app's not working. Just thought I'd let you know.
The Bubba Army app?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. All of a sudden it just went out.
It could be in the fact that we're making. Hold on,
it's not technically our app, so
it's the old Bubba Army app that we're trying to get away from because we're trying to build a new one. It could very well be that they're turning the old one off because the new one's going to be here like tomorrow or something. But that would be a Macho Man. That would be a Macho Man question. Go to TuneIn, or better yet, do you have the ability to watch us on YouTube?
I'm driving down the road, so
right.
We can turn it on through there.
Yeah, try to get us on there if you could, okay, buddy?
All right, thanks.
All right, cool. Macho, any information on that? I know you're doing the work of three men right now.
Yeah, we're trying to move to the new box, so I guess there was a workaround in progress, so I messed that up, so I just switched that back, so it should start working for me.
All right, cool. Sir, that should be back online for you. Hello. Hello?
It's hey Bubba.
Yes, sir.
It's Kevin for Houston. Yeah. I just want to say I loved y'all's coverage last night, and y'all been doing a good job. And I just found you on YouTube again. I've been listening to you since you were on XM 152 back in the day, and I was a mixer back in the day on KRBE for Houston on Cumulus. I was a club mixer.
Yeah, I almost worked at KRBE when Adam Cook was the program director. I
didn't work there. I'm legally blind, so I didn't see nothing. But I worked in the club. I was a DJ at the club.
Oh, okay.
I didn't work for Cumulus Direct, but y'all's coverage last night was the best.
Well, it was a little spotty. We had our number one guy that we really needed there today, and maybe even tomorrow.
Matroni makes it the best. By the way, Seth is the best too. He cracks me the fuck up every time I hear. I'm sorry.
What's your language? He's blind.
I'm sorry. No.
God let you go, my friend.
Which Babyface was weird because I was trying to get a hold of him last night to call in. Remember, he kind of just went MIA.
Yeah, I don't know if he flatlined or what.
He texted me at 11 o'clock and said, "Sorry, fell asleep." So he randomly fell asleep, I guess, in the middle of the night.
Well, I mean, getting all those tests done to you on your hypochondriac body is very exhausting. Being a hypochondriac takes energy. Let me do words so I can catch up. I think I'm a little behind. Couple people dabbling on the phone lines. 813-90-BUBBA. And then, Lummy, you found me the shorter version of the Trump acceptance speech?
Yes.
Okay, cool. We'll play that.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Is it there?
Yeah, I just sent it. It's the MSN one. Link.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
What's up, 8 for Maine?
Fucking thing ain't coming up. All right, there it is. But if I try to rewind it, all right, skip ahead.
Big Langer. This kid is fucking tall.
Hey, Alexa, what's the latest presidential polling in Michigan? Hey, Alexa, what's the latest presidential polling in Michigan?
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
Hey, Alexa, what's the latest presidential polling in Arizona?
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
Hey, Alexa, who won the presidential election?
According to Reuters, Republican Donald Trump defeated Democrat Kamala Harris in the U.S. presidential election 51% to 47.35%. Donald Trump has earned 279 of the total 538 electoral votes, while Kamala Harris has earned 223.
Michigan, right, according to this, is 50% Trump. Arizona, 51.9% Trump. Kevin Taylor, 20.
So we got Wisconsin. So we got 95% in here I found it, Maine. They're not even calling Maine.
There's only 65%. 57. one is.
I mean, if he wins, that still puts him at 270. Oh, Utah went red.
Yes, it did.
That's the difference. That's the difference. And they got Nebraska. Okay, Nebraska's 1, 2, 3. So Nebraska's actually 2.
Trump got 4, so he should get District 1.
So how many
He got 4 total in
Nebraska?
Yeah.
I got him as 3 total. So it was 4-1 in Nebraska,
Yes.
and then Maine they're calling it a pick'em. So that puts you at, where am I missing one? That's that Maine one. Okay, Maine 1, Maine 2. Maine 1 goes blue, and Maine 2 goes red. Yeah, that's exactly that's exactly. Did you cook something, Seth? Something smells good.
No, I was just actually going to ask the same thing.
Can't you smell something? Like somebody cooked some ramen noodles or something.
Yeah. No, not me. Oh, it's Macho.
Yeah. Macho's probably got a hot plate Willie going on.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We love Aqua Bieto so much that we had our good friend Mike, I think he owns a portion of the company, drop us off 20-case Lummy. Everybody drinks it around here.
Sure do.
I go through about 5 cans a show. We're going to need a couple cases for our content house. Don't forget, our content house, our Orlando content house, which will be streamed exclusively on our YouTube channel at The Bubba Army, fires up at Friday, next Friday. We'll be live all, I'm saying, what, Seth, we probably need to have like a curfew time that we need everybody there by.
Yeah, we'll check in normally for these, or is it normally to like 3 or 4?
Yeah, so. 3 o'clock normally.
So let's make it, let's give it an hour buffer. So get there between 3 and 4. Yeah. 3:50 and you're not late. 3:10 you're cool. 4:05 you're late. And then then we'll probably have like a dinner. Messing around a little bit, then we'll probably watch a little, do some other stuff. I don't know.
Jake Paul fight.
But what time does that start? That's
they got the undercard, but we have our own undercard too. So.
Yeah, we do. We have an undercard. We have a live undercard.
When do we want our friends to come over?
Oh, should let's have them come over. Like, let's say 8, maybe. Or should they enjoy? Don't forget, Big Red's cooking us a dinner.
Oh, that's right.
We're actually going to have a formal sit-down dinner. I'd like for hopefully they have a big enough dining table that we all can, like a formal dining table.
That can fit 22 people.
Well, fit the main show members. Me, you, Lummy, Rat, Dan, Macho. With big Merch Crick, with Big Red serving us, And Lummy, maybe we should have because when you have big parties at a fancy place, they usually have more than one. Like Seth, you've been in the service industry. Sometimes they'll have two people taking care of the table if there's enough, right?
Yeah, I like when you say I've been in the service industry because I worked at Kawa and Sweet Tomatoes. But yes,
Burger. I was talking about Burger King.
Oh yeah, no, we never were able to double team an order, Bubba.
But you know fine culinary.
I've been to Eddie V's once or twice.
Right, you know fine culinary, my friend.
I do.
You know the protocol of fine culinary.
I do. I just have never been able to I've never been able to enact it myself as much as I wanted to.
So this will be a first for you that we'll have. Should we have Colton and Tuttle maybe dress up like butlers?
Oh, there you go.
To be like and have like that towel over their arm and then have like a. Have you been to such? I've been to such fancy restaurants sometimes that the guy has like a little crumb.
Little scraper,
like a crumb scraper.
Yeah,
and like if there's too many, he'll scrape the crumbs off of your fresh linen. So anyway, we're gonna have a meeting about
I don't know if
this.
they have to be butlers, but to have a crumb scraper would be a nice touch, I think.
Yeah. Well, so but like I need to say, Tuttle, I need some more aqua Beato water. Coming up, boss, right now. And Tuttle is very detail oriented. I mean, he would probably be. Although it's somewhat probably beneath him, as much money as he's making now, he would be probably good in the service industry. He's very detail-oriented.
Yes.
Your glass would never get empty. He'd always be there. That's my biggest pet peeve is when I go out to eat, even as fancy as it usually gets as Longhorn, I'll order 3 waters. As they're taking the drink order, I'll say, I'll take 3 waters. The reason why is I'm going to run you ragged if not. If you just bring me 3... A lot of times, a lot of them test me on it. Like, nope, I'll be able to keep up.
Wow!
I suck down the water. Now, Lummy, the reason why. Let's take a phone call. 813-90 Bubba. In case you just are getting up, they have not yet determined Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, or Maine, but that's not needed. Donald Trump wins the Electoral College vote and it becomes the 47th president of the United States by a 277 to 224 margin over Kamala Harris.
He's 45 and 47, but don't forget Joe Biden could be 46 and 48.
That's true.
He could. You know what? It would be interesting to see what the Vegas odds would be to see if Joe's alive to even file the paperwork to be 48. And don't forget, she could run to be 48 again, too. They'll prop her back up, maybe. Her big horse mouth laugh just drives me insane. It's pretty much why I didn't vote for her. Hello, who's this?
Bubba, Neomont Pleasure. How you doing?
How you doing, buddy? I know you were going through some tough times, and you've been so very...
You know what? Yeah, man, we're getting through it. You know what? This is going on. It'll be 8 months since he's passed, but good things happen. I just had a new granddaughter born 2 months ago.
Oh, that's great.
But everything is good.
And I know that you've been participating and really helping us out a lot, man. You and the John Costikas and the Kenny Prizzes and just the Wizzies and the Greg and Amy's and just all Bob, just all the great Bubba Army. Really helping us out towards the end of the year. I know we'll see you at BARP, of course.
Neil's been super cool, man.
Yeah, Neil is super cool.
I love that, Bubba. This show is my. I get up early like you do, so I love this show more than anything. I told you 2006, so I will if I have the extra money, it's going to go to your show. So, but hey, real quick, I live in the crap state of Illinois. But we did, and I live in kind of a smaller area. Yesterday was a little interesting because we had 7 inches of rain the last 2 days. So we had major flooding, but it was going to go blue anyway. But we actually had paper ballots where I voted at.
Now, is there any?
But I voted.
I got to think that Illinois always goes blue, but there's a large portion, like near the Charleston area and the Effingham area, and where Western Illinois is, and Eastern Illinois, and Southern Illinois, and maybe even Champaign-Urbana probably goes blue, and obviously Chicago makes Illinois so blue. But I got to think that Illinois is actually quite ruly red. Yeah.
It's only in 2 areas. It's Cook County, which is Chicago, and I'm in the Metro East area, St. Clair County. The rest of the whole state is red. Like locally, it went red 4 years ago. So yeah, you're right. So.
And Chicago, and by the way, Chicago couldn't be any more messed up than it is. Yeah, it says, the actual breakout for Illinois was 53-45. And if they would have kept Robert, if the Democrats, Lummy, would have allowed Robert Kennedy to get off the ballot, that puts another 1.4 in Donald Trump. So that puts him at 46-4. But yeah, you can see you got Lake County, Cook County, Will County, Kane County, Kendall County, and DeKalb County in outside of Chicago. That's just as blue as you get.
Neil, how close to St. Louis are you? I thought you lived in St. Louis, actually.
No, I was born and raised in St. Louis. I'm 45 minutes, so
okay.
I'm in a little town called Befalto, but we're close to Alton, which is right over the bridge.
Now, what county? What county?
I'm in Madison County. And also Illinois has the second highest per capita property taxes in the United States. We have, I do pest control. I have some customers, and they got some big, like probably one of my biggest customers. They own 3% of the LA Dodgers.
Ooh,
and
really?
Yes. Yeah, so my long-winded call here, but my daughter is my son-in-law turned my daughter into a Braves fan, not a Cardinals fan. So they own RP Lumber, which is a lumber company here in Illinois. It was $65 million check that they cut to own 3% of the LA Dodgers. So they got Freddie Freeman's autograph down in spring training for me, and I'm trying to get. I got
to think though, if you're a 3% owner of the LA Dodgers, that if you ever would go to LA, you got carte blanche, probably access to the locker room, out there shagging fly balls with Mookie Betts, right? I mean, Seth, right?
I mean, they're not. You don't know they own 3%. You're just called a minority owner,
Yeah,
So,
but you're still owner.
Yeah,
Magic Johnson's a minority owner too.
They went game 1 and 2. So I'm trying to get a Freddie Freeman on a World Series ball autograph for my daughter. That's what I'll be at their house next week, so that's what I'm trying to do for her.
I mean, Seth says he really appreciates your daughter, and he's got a daughter as well, man. But man, if you could get one for him, he'd love you forever.
No, we know. Neil sent me a DM. We were talking about how much of an ass bucket Freddie Freeman actually is.
Yeah.
Anyway, but but hold on, in your county, I'm looking it up right now. Trump wins 55-42.
Yep. But you know what? So I had my Trump sign in my yard, but our next door neighbors had their Trump sign stolen. We're right next to each other. So.
Yeah, I mean, again, Illinois only has, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pockets of blue. I don't know how many different counties there are. Let me let me see. I don't know how many different counties it doesn't say, but if it wasn't for Chicago, and when's the last time Chicago actually had a Republican mayor? I can't even tell you.
No, I don't. It's been forever.
That's what Chicago needs. Chicago needs a guy like Grady Judd to come rolling up in there and said, "I am going to start busting some ass, arresting people. My jails are going to be full. If you're going to shoot and murder people, you're going to prison."
Grady can't handle the big city.
1931.
Hold on. What?
1931 is the last time.
Jesus. When Al Capone was running the streets.
Pretty much.
Hey, Neil.
I thank you, man. I appreciate everything, man. I just want to tell you, you're my favorite show. Like I told you, man, if I got extra jack, I'm gonna throw it your way. You know that, man.
Thank you, my friend. More importantly, Neil, how do you get us in the morning? Are you a YouTuber? Are you a Rumble?
I'm a YouTuber all the time. I like Rumble too, but YouTube all the time.
Well, I mean, somebody says I need to start hanging out a Rumble and get my my blocking finger ready to go because Rumble is running a little bit loose and a little bit mean over there. I need to maybe kind of go over there.
Yeah, come on over.
I think I'm gonna go over to Rumble.
Yeah.
I got my eye on you, Rumble. If you start acting like a bunch of dicks, I'm gonna start a blocking.
Bobby, you have a great show. Have a great day, and I woke up with a big. I went to bed early because I was listening. I was watching Tucker's show last night because he was live from Mar-a-Lago too, which are great interviews. And at 9 o'clock, my wife was watching it, and I told her it's over. I'm going to bed. I have to get up early. So I have a smile on my face, and I'm glad when I see all these liberals that will be crying today. So make my day.
Listen, you know what? I'm not glad that the liberals are going to be crying. I'm glad that we have maybe a stronger person in office that has some plans to turn our country around. If Kamala Harris actually had some definitive, strong-sounding plans, I don't necessarily know that she wouldn't have been a great candidate, but she was so wishy-washy on so much. I hated her immigration policy. At one time, she was called the border czar, and they tried to back her away from that. I don't know how good of a negotiator she would be to stop the nonsense that's happened in Ukraine. I don't know how she's been flip-floppy. She ran a pro-Muslim commercial in Michigan, but yet ran a pro-Jew commercial in Pennsylvania. That's flip-floppy. The economy is she is part of the reason why our economy is so bad. I think she's just an extension of Sleepy Joe, and she wasn't able to differentiate her policies different from him enough, and she was just a big word salad. I think we got the right person in there to try to get us right on, back on track and strong. And only time. Yeah. Is he a narcissistic? Is he a bull in a china shop? Does he send mean tweets? Yeah, all of that. But will gas be $2.30 a gallon here in the next 6 months? Probably. Are the cost of goods going to go down? Probably.
Him and RFK are going to be having some wild orgies.
I can't wait.
Yeah. First day, I heard day one he was going to pardon P. Diddy. Hey, Neil, man. Madison County, Illinois. Love you, my friend.
All right. See you, bud.
See you later. I do have Trump's acceptance speech from last night, but this is why they are officially not yet, or Harris. But I think if you flip all those blue, none of it matters.
It doesn't.
So here's the 4 states, and let me go ahead and refresh this just to see if it's changed. So here are the 4 states that are 5 with Alaska that are incomplete. 73% reporting in Maine, and currently she is winning 53 to 44. But you can't give it to her until it's 100% reporting. But you can, So Lummy, you can flip that blue, but I guess it's not even allowing you to do it. Oh man, what happened? I
thought once you get to 270, it's over.
It's done.
It is. No, it is.
So he's got 277.
Right.
So the other states should just stop counting, right?
Well, I mean, maybe, but now Lummy,
hit forward back. See if that works.
Oh, forward.
Yeah, see if that. Keep going.
Look at you. You're so smart. So I guess they have declared him the winner, but she's not conceded because we have unofficial. We don't have results in Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, and Maine. But take all those out, he doesn't need any of those states to get the 270 threshold. He's at 277 with all the states that have been reported. Here's the makeup of the states that are remaining. In Arizona, which represents 11 electoral votes, he's up 52-47. That's 63% voting. In Nevada at 86, he's up 51-47. He probably takes that. You know what, Lummy? He probably takes both of these.
Yes.
In Michigan, there is how much is left? 90, greater than 95%. Jeez. And he's up 2 points on that. 50 to 48. So, let me. I think he wins 3 of the 4. I'm sorry. And Alaska, doesn't it always go red?
Yeah.
He's up by 16 points with 17. With 17%. I'm sorry, 71% reporting.
I mean, he said in one of his last speeches, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but he said we're up big in all the swing states. He goes, they don't want me to say that, and he says a lot of things, so nobody knows if it's true. But I feel like they actually did tell him that he was up big in all the swing states. I mean, they had to have known, Bubba. This couldn't have been a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, so here we go. This after it's all said and done, I think it might look something like that.
Wow, 313.
I think it looks like. I mean, remember that. I think it's 313 to 225, and that's an absolute ass kicking. That is an absolute ass kicking, and that sends the Democrats, reeling back into, my God, we need to rethink immigration. We need to rethink, turning all cars electric by 2035. We need to rethink all the government subsidy. The only thing that the Democrats have right is abortion. They got abortion right, and that is it should be. I don't have a problem with it being a federal law. I don't have a problem with Roe v. Wade jumping back in the game and saying we're going to make it a federal law that all women have the right to an abortion up to however many weeks. I cannot tell you how pissed I am. In fact, when Seth and I were walking out of the studio last night, and we were just chit-chatting and talking about how miserable we were going to be this morning, I said, you know what I'm most pissed about? I'm most pissed that Florida, not even the weed deal. I mean, the weed deal's fine. I could care less. I don't really partake in it that much. And if I need to, I can get a gummy here or there. But the abortion thing, we were so close. It was 57 to it was 50.
Yeah, we needed the 60%.
I think it was actually 58%.
It was.
And I really think that our current governor, Ron DeSantis, really, really, really skewed the vote on that. And it just to me, it makes me feel that Florida is just a bunch of Bible banging, stupid old people.
Well, you know why? I mean, DeSantis flamed out of the presidential race because he was trying to be
too far right.
Trump times 5.
Yeah, Trump right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't think that worked on the national stage, but I think for Florida, I think he's still talking to the majority of the people.
I think though, the one thing, Lummy or Seth or whoever or even Macho Man, I think in the midterms, which will be 2026, these could both reappear on the ballot.
Oh, for sure.
And they have to.
Yeah.
Because listen, if abortion and weed had gotten their ass kicked like Kamala, yeah, you're like, man, Floridians don't. If abortion came in at 46%, then you're like, that's a really, really tough. But it missed it by 1.85%, and weed missed it by 4.6%. So you're like, man, that's close enough. Let's refine the language. Maybe.
How do you refine the abortion? You have to put a specific number on it.
I think you refine the weed language by maybe allow growing.
Sure.
So that big weed doesn't. That was the big bad monster in the weed bill.
There's monopolies on everything else, but God forbid there's one on marijuana. Everybody's trying to stop it.
But with the abortion thing, I don't think you changed. I loved the bill.
No, I know, Bubba, but I'm saying there's no way to really tweak the abortion bill because it was pretty much making it legal past 6 weeks, but it didn't give you an actual time. It didn't give you
it said based on viability.
Did it go? Oh, okay.
It said based on viability, and then also with a doctor's recommendation as well.
So they'll probably have to bring that down to 15 or 16 weeks.
Nope. I think they come back with it with a new governor. There'll be a new governor in 2 years, and that's one of the things that the new governor runs on. And maybe we have a Democratic governor.
Or a Republican governor could even
Yeah, I mean, a Republican governor could be like, you know what? I'm going to wind this back a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put this on. I'm going to put this on the ballot, and we're going to have another swing at it. And I'm not going to mess with Disney, and I'm not going to take Andrew Warren. Oh, did Andrew Warren?
No, he lost.
He did?
Yes.
He got beat?
Yes, he did.
Oh, he's done.
Yeah.
I mean, he is done.
I mean, Hillsborough going red was
not good for him.
No, it was not.
When I return, Lummy, because I think I'm a little bit late, am I?
Yes, a little bit.
When we return, we'll come back with the Trump had a 38-minute acceptance speech last night. Lummy found me the best 3 minutes and 51 seconds of it. Was Hogan there last night?
I have not seen pictures of Hogan
Me
yet.
either. And I got to think, man, Seth, if you were invited to Mar-a-Lago, that it was probably pretty cool, but unless you were like backstage, had a seat to hang out, catered.
Well, brother, I went out to the dumpster to try to juice up, and then I saw that Donnie was accepting the
Here's the deal, brother.
47.
Donnie didn't have the Real American Biz here on Tiz app, so I went down to the Sis Evan, a Liz Evan, and got me a Kiz Ace of Real American Biz here, and then the secret Sis service wouldn't let me bring it in, brother. So I missed the complete festivities.
Tucker would pick up my calls.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Let me in Nebraska. I got it 3-2, but how did it end up scoring out?
4-1.
Oh, it ended up scoring 4-1, Donald?
Yeah.
Okay.
According to CNN.
All right.
Bubba, could you transition my paycheck into tips only?
No!
Oh, yeah, let's do that. Great idea, Seth.
God, I wish we could. I really, honest to God, wish I could.
Taxes. Fuck it.
I mean, there's going to be some ways around that. I mean, won't NFL teams just start doing your whole paychecks and tips so it doesn't go against the salary cap?
That'd be perfect.
Here's a $200 million guaranteed tip contract.
Yeah, we're going to tip you $200 million this year.
You should have walked away.
Yeah, XXL gaming.
How much did Bubba win off the Trump and the MyBookie thing?
Oh, the trades, you gotta check it.
Was it a bunch? Like, is it enough for us to go wild with some NBA bets?
No, because I think the first time he bet Trump, there wasn't much money left in the account. He only bet $100. I think he won 194, and I'm not sure if he bet it again.
Shit.
You got like $14,000 in there, though.
You know what? Actually, Seth, I was got to thinking about it while I was peeing. If my accountant, I've talked to him and he said, they're really going to have to really look at the law and how it's written.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. He said nothing's out of the realm. But here's the deal. If I took the percentage, because we have categories we get paid in, YouTube, PayPal, so PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App goes into its own category because it's different than YouTube and Rumble and locals and podcasting and things like that.
Right.
So if I could take the percentage of what that equated to my overall business. So let's say that was, 34% of my total business was tips. Well, then that would mean your paycheck would be 34%. So they could take whatever your paycheck was, scratch out 34% of it, and that be considered tips.
Woohoo!
And that would be listed as tips.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean,
No, we just cracked the code, baby.
No, I was pissed, and I'm thinking, well, hold on, as stupid, as Sethy as that was,
If I can do it corporately, why can't I hand that down to my employees? All I got to do is just have the portion of what that represented overall in the overall business of things.
Yep.
And it's just a number, so it could be, 1 month your paycheck is 34% tips, 1 month your paycheck's 18% tips, But you're not paying taxes on that.
No, I'm not.
That's fucking great.
I'm not, and I won't. I'm fucking Wesley Snipes.
I mean, all of a sudden now you're getting,
Oh, sorry.
No, but like all of a sudden now, I mean, each guy could be getting a couple $1,000 raise just on not paying taxes.
You're damn right
on that shit.
Because I'm proud to be an American.
Or at least
Where we kind of mess with the numbers and the taxes a little bit.
No, we're gonna listen. My stuff, because of my IRS stuff, is so fucking above board.
Accounts are gonna have to open up just based on the fact that they can really, make your whole paycheck a tip.
Hey, watch stripping go up. Well, here's the thing, man. People will be more excited about being servers and shit now, right?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot more money. I mean, it's.
Oh, there's rumors now that Trump's going to be bringing Hogan in on his council.
No, come on.
Come on. On his cabinet?
Yeah.
No.
Promote healthy eating and fitness. Alongside RFK, called the MAGA Powers.
Come on, man. Is this a cartoon show or is this reality?
Well, but you got two people that you were friends with.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Seth is excited over this. I mean, I'm telling you, man, Trump really made it a big deal about not taxing tips to the point where I think we all would agree Kamala, copycatted him on it.
She jumped on board.
He was in Nevada, if you remember, which, by the way, he won. He was in Nevada, and I think he literally just pulled it out of his ass. He's like, let me tell you something, and how about, listen, I know my Donald Trump impersonation is horrible.
The best.
Is a 2 on a 1 to 10 scale is a 2 at best. But you get the point. People love when I do horrible impersonations. And let me tell you something. In Nevada, it was built on the service industry. And how would you like it that you don't pay tax on your tips? Tips is the majority of the way you make your money. How would you like that tip not to be taxed? Under my administration, there's no tax on tips. No tax on tips. Be tremendous. It'd be excellent. Then that joker-mouthed bitch went out there, I don't know, 2 weeks later, and she goes, no tax on tips! Get out of here, bitch. But Seth is all about no tax on tips. Seth's reporting back to Phoebe that he could potentially get a raise. I want no tax on tips to be day one stuff. Right?
It's supposed to be.
Is it?
Yeah, it's in that article. That's going to be day one.
Lummy said that he's hearing rumors that Hogan is going to be on Trump's council.
Yes.
Now, are you talking about his cabinet, or does the president have a cabinet and a council, or does he just have a cabinet? And can you imagine if Hulk Hogan has a cabinet position? Oh, my God. And Trump's enamored with him. You know that. He's had him at the RNC. He had him at Madison Square Garden. He had him at Mar-a-Lago. Trump is really into Hogan.
It just says Trump administration proposes a role alongside RFK Jr. to create the MAGA powers and promote healthy eating and fitness for America's youth. Him and RFK, Hogan.
Here is Trump's acceptance speech. From last night. It was 38 minutes long. This is the redacted, shortened 351. I will have to tell you, man, Melania is very beautiful.
You think Barron's getting laid in college?
Yeah. Hell yeah. If my 400-pound on the radio ass got laid in the 90s, you don't think being the son of a president, a two-time president's not just getting you? You know what? I'll take that back. No, he's not. Because the Secret Service steps in and says, "Bitch, get to stepping. We don't need a P. Diddy gimmick going on here." And if you are to get laid, you probably got to sign, a whole bunch of forms and give your ID, and that really kills the mood. Bring a chick back to the crib. She's ready to kick it out wide for you to get a little, West Virginia, Lummy.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And next thing you know, you got Secret Service guys saying, "Ma'am, before you have intercourse with Barron, you must sign these three forms. We must fingerprint you. We must take your picture ID, and then we need you to do a recorded statement that this is not under duress and that you are sexually attracted to Barron, and you wouldn't mind having his wiener inside of you." I think that might really kill the mood.
Yeah, probably.
So, Seth, when I see things, I look at them as if I'm Seth Kushner, the baseball card trader.
Okay.
And so each one of these flags that was on the stage that he accepted his speech. Now, I don't know if it's, there's flag etiquette. Like, you don't ever let a flag hit the floor. You don't ever, there's just a bunch of different things. When you're flying the flag, it's always the highest flag. You can put, like at Bubba Raceway Park, we have the American flag, and then underneath it we have a Bubba Army flag. But there's a bunch of flag etiquette. And so I don't know if you can autograph a flag or not.
I think he could get away with it. I mean, is someone going to put him in jail?
No, but I mean, you next thing you know, you get a bunch of crazy nut jobs that says the president defaced a flag, and the flag is the most sacred symbol we have in our country.
According to the U.S. flag code, no, you are not allowed to autograph the American flag.
All right. Well, but if he would, at the end of the day, Seth, me and you being the hustlers that we are, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, about 50 flags up there. And if he would just take a picture with one of those flags, then you could actually sell that flag as a flag that was on the stage when Donald Trump accepted the 47th presidency of the United States of America, and probably sell it for $4 or $5 grand to a heavy MAGA guy.
Oh, I thought you could probably get $50,000 for it. Maybe $100 if it's autographed.
But I don't know. I don't know that you can autograph a flag.
No, I don't. I mean, you can't, but he would. Like I said. I mean, I don't know if there's a certain flag police that'll come and get you, but I think that Trump could get away with it.
And here's the deal: who does he care who's mad at him? Because he's lame duck. Like he's not running again. So get as mad as you want at him for. Listen, Donald Trump, you're so unpatriotic. You signed a flag, and so I just want to let you know I'm not running again, so I can do anything I want. Okay?
Talk to J.D. Vance in 4 years about what I'm doing now.
Yeah, you know what? Blame it on J.D. Tell J.D. that his boss signed a flag. Blame it on J.D., okay? I don't even know if J.D.'s going to be around. Hey, Alexa, can you autograph a U.S. flag? She doesn't even know.
That's Section 8 of the flag code.
What? Oh, what's it say?
You can't autograph a flag. You can't put marks and I said it earlier.
You're losing your voice?
No. I'm sorry.
You sound like Peter Brady when they were singing that song. 813-90 Bubba. I got some phone lines ringing. I'll get to those momentarily.
Man, there's no American flags autographed on eBay.
Yeah, see, I don't think it's illegal.
Yeah, you have to go on some sort of maybe Facebook Marketplace.
Just want to let you know that one of these flags behind me will be up on Trump Social after the show tonight. I will not be able to sign them because that's Section 8 of the flag code, but I will take a picture. And all he has to do is take a picture of one, and you can say it's you can sell 50 of them. Just take that one picture of the one.
And it'll be a picture of me holding your flag, the same flag that was behind me when I accepted the 47th presidency of the United States. Nothing would look better in your living room being a proud MAGA guy than having a flag, not only just a regular flag, but a flag that was behind me on my stage when I accepted the presidency. I mean, he was selling sneakers, and he was selling other trinkets like he was Bubba the Love Sponge. Why not sell the hell out of everything? What's that now?
I sent you one that was up for sale for $1,500, but it's kind of a cheesy flag.
But is it from him?
Yeah, Trump.
It's signed by him?
Yes.
Hold on. So he's already signed a flag?
It looks like this one, little one, yes.
Well, so I can sign little ones, but I can't sign big ones.
All right. Well, I mean, Donald doesn't really care about Section 8 of the flag code. So, you know what, Seth? One of those big-ass flags with the holder and the eagle on top, signed by Donald, might go for 10 or 15 grand.
Let's get Daniel Rose over to Mar-a-Lago today to see what kind of deal he can strike to get us
Daniel
those flags.
Rose, go over to Mar-a-Lago, see if you can get Donald to sit down and sign something.
Thank you very much. Wow.
Now, I've not heard. This is his acceptance speech. It was 38 minutes. We've whittled it down to 3:51. Phone lines are blowed up. Continue to hold. I'll get to you momentarily.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country here.
Now, have you seen Lummy? There's no footage of her at all.
No.
None. She canceled her Brown University. That's where Alex Stein was. There's nothing of her.
We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help.
You know, I hope he comes in and doesn't hit the gas from 0 to 100, but he feathers it out a little bit, Lummy. Leases the launch line, leaving a little bit of rubber, you know, but I hope that he eases into his dictatorship. I really do.
And it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country.
I mean, and that seemed to be one of the most concerning things as to why people put him in office is because of the borders, and I don't think you can go wrong there. And I think you do, and I know that I keep reverting back to Hillary of 08, but you just do what she said, and that will, you find the bad ones and send them home.
Yep.
You find the ones that are in here that aren't bad, and you sign them up. And then you allow the people that are coming in, you do background checks and let the good ones in. And you process them right there. Maybe you have a little holding facility, and it might take a week or two. Now you don't disband families. If a family of 4 comes, you know they have these big open facilities that they all sleep on cots and things like that. You don't disband families, but you do the immediate background check, the immediate looking into their political asylumness, and there's a portion of those people you let in. And there's a lot of them that you send back. But you're not letting Venezuelan gangs and people from Haiti that are bad. You're just not letting them in. You're saying no. That's what fixes the immigration policy. That's immediate. That's day one stuff. The no tax on tips, day one stuff. The start building the Keystone Pipeline, day one stuff. The opening up fracking in Pennsylvania, day one stuff. The stop the subsidies. I would go to the Roosevelt Hotel and
wrangle them up
and just wrangle them up. I'd actually have a mini court system set up on one of the floors. Now listen, there's probably some immigrants that are at the Roosevelt Hotel in New York that are good, and they probably need to be processed, signed up, and stay. There's also some bad ones. So we're going to be sending them back. That's day one stuff. you know, and you keep all of your struggles that you have criminally, you keep that down. You handle that as privately as you can. You don't make a big deal about it. You try to make that stuff go. Well, obviously, he can probably pardon himself. He can probably do all that. But you don't have a press conference. Hey, I just want to let you know I'm having a press conference because today at noon I pardoned myself. I no longer have any more criminal charges. None at all. Zero. You do all that in a very nonchalant, quiet way. And then the other stuff you pound your chest on, the stuff that you're fixing.
We made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is.
Man, you know what? Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. That's what won it for them.
Yep.
Locked in states that she just absolutely had to have.
It's now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and
every breath I take, just like police, not the P. Diddy kind.
Prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve.
The Democrats. They just got too far left with the trans and the, girls playing guys. Guys playing girls sports and, some of the curriculum they were allowing in elementary schools and just, every vehicle has to be electric in 10 years. They just went crazy. I think, was it Elon Musk a couple years ago, Lummy, put himself, he said, I used to be, him and Joe Rogan both, when they just most recently did a podcast, they said they both were registered Democrats.
Yes.
Both were registered Democrats, and the Democrats have just gone absolutely, listen, the Democrats need to have a rule. We can, our candidate can be anywhere except from California, because California is a whole nother set of leftness.
So no Gavin Newsom?
No. And by the way, did you see all the laws that got overturned in California trying to bring back some type of resemblance of police where you can't do $950 snatch and grabs, and we're not going to put a moratorium on arresting people. We're going to start, all these George Soros-backed anti-crime bills that were passed 2 years ago are now getting rolled back. I think it was Proposition 38 in California has now been repealed to where they're going to start, prosecuting these smash and grabs and stuff like that. But man, listen. Look at some of your best Democratic presidents. Bill Clinton from Arkansas. Barack Obama from Illinois. Those are the states that get it. Not California, bunch of leftist hippies.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Now he will cement his legacy if he can, in his Donald Trump type way, get some good resolve with the Israeli conflict and get Putin and Zelensky to play nice and ceasefire and stop that, he will absolutely will validate he was the right person if he can get those two things done. If he can quell both of those two things, he was the right person.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of her.
So it wasn't at 16 when he beat Hillary. She won the popular.
Yes.
And he won the he sneaked in on the electoral.
Yes, he did.
And then last time he lost them both. No,
Yes.
no, last no, yeah, last no.
No,
I
yeah,
think
Joe won the popular and obviously.
Thank you.
And to think this, I mean, we're so calloused by it, we don't even think about it. But I mean, this guy literally was within an eighth to a quarter of an inch of having the back portion of his head blown off. I mean, the closest. I mean, the assassination attempt on Reagan, they actually did get a bullet in Reagan. Thank God it was a small caliber .22 that didn't. I mean, and listen, a lot of people don't realize, Roger Stone will tell you, that it was really touch and go. They thought they were going to lose Rappin' Ronnie. Now, the news media back then had some sort of ethics where they wouldn't, report it, and the White House was downplaying it. But it wasn't good for Ronald Reagan for a little bit. He was touch and go. James Brady got paralyzed, and a Secret Service guy got shot too. But other than that, I've never heard. Well, maybe was it the Teddy Roosevelt guy that got shot in Milwaukee?
Yeah, Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah.
So that's probably the only other president that's been shot and hit and survived. 3 of them: Teddy Roosevelt, Ronald Reagan, and Donald Trump. And out of all of them, this was at the head with not a 22, a crappy-ass 22 round, but a full-blown 223 round. Full-blown high-powerful rifle.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president.
Now, let me do it. Does all the J6 stuff go completely? Like anybody that's in jail for J6 or anybody that's being hemmed up for J6, that's probably day one stuff.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Hello, who's this?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Bubba. Hi, guys.
Hi, is this
love the show.
Who's this?
Oh, this is Christina.
Hi, Christina. Have you called before?
I have not. This is my first time.
Really? And tell us more about you, Christina. This sparked my attention. I mean, it's so nice to get a female on the phone for the first time and know that she's listening to the show. And by what means do you catch the show, Christine?
Usually the radio.
Oh, AM 820 or 1031?
1031.
Out of Fort Walton Beach.
Nice.
Yes.
Love that. Us and then Shannon in the midday, Florida Man Radio. I love it. Thank you.
Oh, I love that show too.
So tell us what you got going on. What's on your mind, Christine?
Well, you guys were talking about the abortion and the bill, and it was so close. And I think maybe what might have tipped the scales is the part that it took away parental rights. That, like, if my 16-year-old were to have an abortion, I wouldn't have to be notified.
No, I think Christine. I think you're wrong on that. I think.
Oh, okay.
I think. Now let me check me out, because I don't want to give Christine the wrong information. But I think it actually made the bill had wording where the parents had to be notified. I think. So I think, and maybe that's the reason why it didn't go through, is they want a wide open abortion bill where the kid doesn't have to tell the parents.
Without parental consent.
So hold on, what now?
It's without parent consent.
Oh, yeah. So you're right, Christina. The parents didn't have to be notified. And I think they further refine that and change it so that the parents need to be notified. And then I think that bill's maybe passable.
I think it would have. I think that's what kind of tripped up some people.
Yeah, because I'm going to tell you, if my daughter is pregnant and she's 16, 17 years old, and her and her boyfriend, obviously had sex and conceived a child, they're freaked out. They know that you're going to be freaked out along with your husband or whoever, and so they can just go get one willy-nilly without having to tell their parents. I don't think that's healthy. I don't like that. So the next time they draw it up, hopefully in 2 years for the midterms, that they make that one small change that says, instead of without parental consent, they just say with parental consent. That's it.
Yes. Or, yeah. Doesn't even have to be on there. Why can't they just make it simple?
Yeah.
Well, nothing's ever simple, as you know.
No.
So what do you do for a living, Christina?
I just started a new job on base and Eglin.
Right.
Yeah. No, I don't want to say anymore. If that's okay.
Because you know what? We'll just call you like a special, maybe like you're a special undercover operation kind of deal, like Navy SEALs.
Ooh, that would be fun.
Yeah, like, Anna Paluna-Lena or whatever the hell her name is. It's down here as a congresswoman. She did some time up there. I'm sure she's probably world famous.
I don't know the name, but maybe she is.
Yeah, so we're just going to call you Christine Special Ops from Eglin, okay? That's it.
Okay. I like it. I'll take it.
Call in more often if you could.
I would love to. So often I have so many thoughts, but I think, maybe people don't really want to hear my opinion.
Listen, with talk radio is about 80-20 men. So when you get a woman that likes your show, that's an anomaly. And then when you have a woman that actually sounds sexy and hot like you do, that's an anomaly. And then when you have a woman that has her act together and is well spoken and and can think for herself and has a thought process and can communicate that nicely on the air, that's a rarity. So anytime that you have an opinion about what we're talking about, call us. You know the number, 813-90-BUBBA. We'd love to hear from Christina, Special Ops, Fort Walton Beach.
All right.
Look, you already got yourself a nickname already with the show.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, and I truly do love the show. My kids are now old enough to where I can have you guys on the radio, and I don't have to wince every time something.
Yeah, we're not having strippers in here anymore, and we're just having some engaging man type talk where you could probably even explain to your kids what we're talking about. Dan gets a little loose sometimes, but
Yeah. Well, it actually, that's a really good point, because it has been a talking point it has opened a lot of conversations with my kids. And so I appreciate that. I mean, sometimes, I have turned down the volume. I'm like, oh, okay, that's a little much, but for them, not for me.
So now that I have she has her crap together, Special Ops from Eglin Air Force Base. Just a little bit of research for me. What are some of the things that you like about the show? And honestly, there's got to be a few things that you don't like about the show. So could you be really honest and give me those answers?
Oh, sure. I mean, I love when you talk politics.
Which, by the way, most people hate.
Yeah.
Right.
Current events.
Right.
Of course. The Diddy stuff I'm obsessed with. And I do like when you talk sports. I'm in a fantasy football league, so I'm trying to follow that a little bit more.
Maybe a little less sports though, and a little bit more pop culture type stuff.
Yes.
And maybe maybe lean in towards the P. Diddy nightmare because you love that. It's so salacious.
It is. It is. I was convinced that Kamala Harris was in the P. Diddy video, that that they're saying there was a high profile celebrity that was in that video with P. Diddy.
I was talking to a federal agent last week, and they said that one of the reasons why the information is slow to get out is because this is about 4 times larger than they anticipated, and there are so many important people that are trying to get out of this or settle out of this, and so they like this. This is way more salacious than the feds even initially thought. So it's going to be a slow process because it's so dirty and so salacious, and there are so many there's so many A-listers involved in this that it's going to be the biggest sexual scandal in the history of our maybe of the world.
Well, I hope people are brought to justice. I mean, there's a lot of people that were really hurt from the things that he did.
Well, he's done, and there's going to be a lot of wealthy women that were doped and raped. I'll tell you that right now. He may be a billionaire now. They will drain every dollar from him.
Poor kids.
I mean, I had a little sex tape gimmick, and it took every dollar from me, Lummy, and I ain't P. Diddy. I'm just some radio guy.
I know, but you know what, though? I do think that sex videotape thing with Hogan and you, I think it humbled you, though.
Oh, it
and
did.
I think that is what makes your show right now so great, is that it seems like you can connect with people on a
yeah, I had to see. Level. You're completely right, Christine, and the fact that prior to that, I had a lot more going for me, a lot more worldly possessions that don't really mean much. Doesn't make me happier, but it's cool to have a plane and it's cool to live in a mansion. And I lost all of that, and it humbled me to the point now where I live paycheck to paycheck. I rent an apartment. My sister helps me out with money every once in a while. I live for this show just to be able to pay the bills and pay my employees. So it reset me. Maybe it's tough. It's tough, but maybe it did me some good and it humbled me. And now I can really, really, maybe feel for the average guy out there swinging a hammer, or a girl like you working special ops at McDill. So I think you're right. I think it did humble me.
It did.
So
yeah.
And there's a documentary coming out about it soon.
That I did not know. Where can I find that?
Well, I'll give you more information as we get closer.
All right.
All right, Christine. Good talking to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I hope all of you have a great day.
And we look forward to hearing. Let's see if you remember what your special code name is. Like, what's your call-in name?
Yes, Christine, Special Ops from Eglin.
There you go. Nobody really knows who the hell that is. Nobody will know it's you. Period.
No.
All right, Christine. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Boy, just when you think, Lummy, that we just don't have that hot chick.
We do.
With a couple kids.
And she likes everything we do.
I mean, everything.
She's even forcing herself to like the sports talk.
Yeah.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Hi, everybody. Hi. I'm going over here to Rumble to see if anybody's being a dick. So if you are, I'm gonna get my motherfucking blocking button on. What's up, my ex lives in a storage? What's up, grouper?
Just what I want. Some dude who used to do steroids and say the N-word to teach my kids about fitness.
Mm-hmm. That has a sex tape.
Yeah. Nothing says fitness like a guy that used to shoot roids in his ass.
Hey, it's healthy American beer.
Yeah, the guy that's
got a beer.
Yeah, guy that's promoting his beer.
Let me tell you something. Do your push-ups, but tell your dad to drink my beer.
He's my health inspector. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Donald's a lame duck. Bitch can do anything he wants. Literally.
Him and Elon are gonna.
Now, do you think that helps my gimmick or hurts my gimmick? The more high-profile Hogan gets, I think it helps me.
Hogan's Hogan. Really, no matter if he's ripping his shirt off at the RNC or not, he's at an established level of fame that's not really going anywhere.
So Lummy and Seth, on my flex, I can take the wide receiver Downs from Indy, who plays Buffalo, and they're the 6th-ranked defense, or I can take Mooney for the Falcons, who plays against New Orleans, the 23-ranked.
Mooney.
I would do Mooney.
I would too.
They just traded Lattimore.
Yeah.
Well, they did, didn't they?
Yeah.
Saints are gonna be down.
Saints waving the white flag.
And Kirk Cousins is fucking
Mooney, because Lattimore's fucking salary. I went to my cap, the my cap deal, because I was going to see what the Packers saved in getting rid of Preston.
Yeah.
And
wasn't a whole lot, right?
No. They're $16 million under the cap right now, but if you go to next year, the Saints are like $16 million over the cap.
Yeah. They're like that every year, and they don't even have any good players.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, who's getting the money?
They've been bad for a long time, man.
Vladimir was high paid, though, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Man, Christina, Special Ops, Fort Walton Beach. When we come to Fort Walton, if I stay in regular radio, which I'm literally contemplating leaving. But Lummy, I'm going to wait till after the documentary to see if that does anything for me.
Nice.
Because a lot of times a documentary will change people's minds or opinions about you. And listen, in this documentary that has been done about me, I don't own it. Wasn't my production company to put it together. I've been interviewed several times and provided information and footage that I had and that they needed. But it is about the sex tape. It's about, I can't even tell you the working title of it right now. I think if I was able to tell you the working title, you'd laugh. You guys all know the working title, and I think it's very catchy. But I think it, and I take 100% responsibility on having a lot to do with this sex tape having even been available in my desk drawer. It's my actions. It's my irresponsible actions as to why it even exists. That being said, just because you did something that you shouldn't have and you documented it, it doesn't give anybody the right to steal it behind your back and disseminate it and then cause the havoc that it did for those, including myself, got me fired. But where the story stops is there. Bubba did it. Bubba disseminated it. He's the scumbag. He lost his job. He deserves it. I mean, we played the Hodge twins. We played Dutch Mandel. We played, everybody has me as the, the number 1, 2, and 3 culprit that did it all. And I deserve what I got. And it did cost me to damn near lose everything. At one time, I was down to, I'm going to have to find it. Because on my last day that I lived in my big mansion, when I sold it and I had to be out, I took a picture of my bank account and I was crying. And as I was pulling away from my big ass house, the last time that I'll ever go there, I had $2.35 in my personal account and I had like $18 in my merchandising account. And I had like $4 in Clem Racing. And then that was the lowest part of my life. But when this documentary comes out, I don't try to say, hey man, woe's me, feel sorry for me. I did dirty. The persons that stole this and disseminated this were not me, and they never got in trouble for it. The FBI arrested them, but let them go. They no-filed. And then the person that sent it to Gawker actually took my job. And to this day is still there. That's the lowest point of my life. And when this documentary finally is out, which I don't have any, I can't even really give people
a timeline.
I really can't, because now we're dealing with lawyers, entertainment lawyers, where it's done. It's a 3-part series. It's a 3-part series and it's done. But yet to send it to these entertainment lawyers in Hollywood and in Beverly Hills and in LA that work for Miramar and work for Lionsgate and work for Netflix and works for Hulu and works for Paramount. And they're specifically documentary lawyers, and they watch your documentary and tell you where you could potentially have some exposure legally. And you got to clean it up. You got to, under the Fair Use Act, or, you have to just cut it out. Completely take it out of it, which, we're now on our 8th version of the final thing. But once it finally comes out, Lummy, here's what my terrestrial radio plans are, which, by the way, I got 3 lines ringing, 813-90-BUBBA. I will go to the phone lines. Phone lines have been good today. 813-90-BUBBA. I'll go to them momentarily. If they're ringing, just allow them, or you're on hold, just be patient. I'll get to all 3 of you. But as I'm contemplating going all digital, and as I'm contemplating not doing mornings anymore, and instead doing 10 to 1 or 10 to 2 or 10 to 1 with podcasting and after shows thereafter, so that everybody's out of the building by 3. But and going all digital. And the only place you'll be able to get us would be Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook, Twitch, TuneIn, iHeartRadio, or our podcasting world. Or the mothership of all of it, Bubba Army HQ, which will be connected to our new Bubba Army HQ app, which is literally supposed to be here any day.
Yes.
I'm contemplating, and I've never left radio. I've been fired from radio and took a 4-year hiatus, but never left radio on my own accord. But I'm going to drop the documentary. I'm going to see what that does as far as public perception of me. Now, it may not do anything. People maybe see that Bubba's still a scumbag. But it might make a station owner, Lummy, of a pretty influential radio station, say, wow, I didn't know that's how it went down. Bubba's half the asshole I thought he was. Bubba actually kind of got dealt dirty a little bit. And I think people, like a comeback. And his show is as good as it's ever been. I think it would work in Tampa. I think it would work in Jacksonville. I think it would work in Orlando. I think it would work in Fort Myers. I think it would work in the various cities that he had huge ratings in. I'm going to give him a chance. He's not, I'm going to unblackball him because he's blackballed for the wrong reasons. And let me, after 6 months, 7 months, if I haven't got any activity of people that have that mindset, then I'm out. I'm out. We'll be doing middays digitally only. And that might be very well the step that I need to do to really take what we're doing to the next level. Because right now we're doing regular radio and digital. But, you really got to be all in on both. I mean, you got to be all in on one.
You were dipping the toes in.
Yeah. Really, all the guys that are all in on regular radio dream. I mean, do you know we're approaching our 120,000th subscriber on YouTube?
Woo!
Hello, who's this?
Hey, it's Marshall.
Hey, Marshall.
Hey, I think one of the things that we're missing altogether is not only was this, obviously this is a huge win for the Republicans, but also I think last night we witnessed the death of corporate media. Is that system no longer works. The average person realized how much we've been lied to by them over the last 20 years. And I think it was a giant screw you to all the MSNBCs and the CNNs and all that we've witnessed over the last 20 years.
But not only that.
Just nonstop lie to us over and over and over again.
But not only that, really socially, with regards to social media, the only person that's really been fair to Trump and allow it, was X, and that's because Elon purchased it. Had Elon not purchased X would have continued to have Donald Trump banned, Tucker Carlson banned, me banned, Alex Jones banned, Roger Stone banned. But this is also a big FU to Facebook, Instagram, and all to the fact where Trump had to open up his own social media, Truth Social, in order to be able to speak freely. This is a big FU to all of them, and this shows what Americans really want. They don't want to be lied to anymore. They want the truth, and they want the ability to follow their political person who might be a little bit outrageous. This really is. Everybody, with the exception of maybe Fox, reported that this was going to be, was not going to turn out the way it turned out. I mean, they had Trump a -4 in Wisconsin. They had Trump a -2.5 in Michigan. They had Trump at a -2 in Pennsylvania. The states that he went on to win, they all had it. They tried to skew it against him as much, and along with Facebook, along with Instagram, along with TikTok, it's been this. You're right. This is kind of a big double tall man to those corporations that did not report this correctly, and you're dead on. You're exactly correct, sir, in what it represents in that manner.
And you look within the last week. Both MSNBC and Time Magazine have gone up for sale. Their value is less than 1/4 of what it was less than 5 years ago.
But they are going to get a shot in the arm. MSNBC now is going to get a shot in the arm because them and CNN, they are not nearly as popular when the Democratic president is in there because they can't beat them up. But when Trump's in there or the Republican guy, they actually have some content to beat up the guy. Rush Limbaugh was at the height of his career when Bill Clinton was in office because he had somebody to beat up on. Rush Limbaugh actually was flat to downward when Bush got in there because, he agreed with everything, and people don't want to hear that. People want to hear adversarial, in your face, this guy's a buffoon type deal. So CNN, as much as they skew left, they really need a Republican guy in office for them to be able to operate at full capacity.
But I think that kind of message is passed in the fact that I'm a classic liberal up until, probably 5 years ago. And you can't, all the folks that I've kind of come up through the ranks with and grew up with and all this is we've made that switch politically. And I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I didn't vote for anybody yesterday for the first time in the 53 years I've been alive. And it was just because that's not what I represent.
Here's why you didn't vote. Because you weren't in love with the Republican candidate, but you also were not in love with your former, being formerly a Democrat. You weren't in love with her either. So had the Republicans had somebody that was a little more digestible to you, you probably would have gone red. But since you just thought they were both pieces of shiz, you didn't vote. And there probably was a lot of that. Elon Musk said a couple of years he was a Democrat. It wasn't that he has moved his values and his beliefs. It's the party has gone so left with the trans and the letting boys play into girl sports, and they have gone so far left when the average Democrat has not gone left. They've stayed with their liberal beliefs, but their liberal beliefs are now not left enough.
That Overton window is switched. Has moved so far, and as time goes by, think about the lies that we've had to ingest over the last 20 years. The 9/11, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, the financial crisis, Russiagate, Kyle Rittenhouse, January 6th, Twitter files, COVID, Hunter Biden, all these things that they literally just absolutely lied to us from the beginning. And the folks that questioned any of it, we were considered heretics. We were considered just absolute loon balls. And they've backed themselves into a corner to the point where it's not sustainable.
Maybe this is the great reset that's needed that will show the media they need to get their act together, report things a little more evenly. And although I wouldn't really count on it, they're going to continue to do what they do. The media's bought and paid for. George Soros is a major player in American politics, and I think the American political system is going to continue to deteriorate until we get a viable third party of not a one that's not funded, but one that's recognized by the government, gets matching donations just like the Republicans and Democrats, and we're doomed. It's going to continue to spiral out of control until we get a viable third candidate. There's independents like Bernie Sanders and other really high-ranking senators and congressmen and women that can win under the umbrella of independent. So if you can do it on that level, which is just one level below the president, why can't an independent be a viable candidate for president?
And I think over the next 4 years, more of that is going to come to fruition because I think when Trump gets in there, there's going to be a massive douching of all these like alphabet soup names that come from our government of just they are obviously, if you know anything about the Twitter files, that they obviously went and colluded directly with the federal government in Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and all those social medias. They colluded to change the biggest propaganda scheme the world has ever seen.
Well, I think the Twitter files are just the tip of the iceberg, my friend. I think from the Hunter Biden laptop to, the J6 prosecutions to, the 36 felonies they trumped up on Trump to the, assassination attempt and the head of the Secret Service. So I think that if Trump was ever going to really drain the swamp, he needs to do it now. He's a lame duck. He can't be held responsible 4 years from now for what he did because he's not seeking re-election. But you can, at this point, man, he can come in like a bull in a china shop and really, really get down to the brass tacks as to some of these corrupt people, leading these big-time agencies. And maybe that'll work. I don't know. I got to get going, but I appreciate your call, my friend.
Hey, brother.
See you later. Boy, remember when people say they hate talking politics? but you got to talk politics the day after the biggest election in our lifetime, don't you?
What was her name? She liked it. Candace?
Yeah, Christina Special Ops.
That's right.
Don't mess up her name and call her Candace. She's already royalty, my friend.
She is.
Jesus. Fort Walton Beach, 103.1, Florida Man Radio. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
This is John in Boston.
Hi, John, Boston. How are you, my friend?
What's happening? Actually, we know each other. I haven't seen you in years. I've been back in Boston. I lived right in Tampa, right off Gun Highway near Bill Alfonso.
Okay, right.
We met when you wrestled Bill Alfonso, and I also met you at the opening night of the French Hen on your birthday.
Yeah.
Do you remember Bubba? Do you remember this man?
I do remember this guy. I remember him more from the opening night of French Hen that I did when I
was sitting with Fonzie in the front of the room. You had the birthday party on the side.
Right, and me and Hogan and Knobs and Brutus and all the boys were there. And then I remember meeting you. I think it was with Sabu at the
Exactly. I'm best friends with Sabu, RVD, and I've worked in the wrestling business my whole life.
Right, so. Me and Sabu went over that night, and I think I actually gave Fonzie juice the hard way.
Oh yeah, he talks about it.
I just rewatched it a couple of weeks ago. Actually,
I was laying hammers in there. I cut him wide open hard way juice.
Yeah, Sabu talks about that, how he ran out and saved them.
Yeah, Sabu, what a great guy. That guy, Sabu's that's a worker that really never got picked up by the majors, that really, really was a hell of a hand and could have really done something with Vince, but for some reason.
Why he doesn't want to speak.
Oh, okay.
And Vince tried to make him speak for years before they brought him in. He said no. And then when they brought him in and tried to redo ECW, Sabu didn't want to do it. And they made him talk once, and then he walked out the next day.
Yeah, I know he's afraid of public speaking. He's not that easily understood.
He's great with the fans. He just doesn't, his role on TV is old school, like his uncle, the Sheik.
But I got to tell you, man, he is one hell of a hand. He was trained right. He knows the philosophy of wrestling. He's old school, man. And that cane that he lays in looks brutal, but it's soft as a pillow.
No, the cane is the Sandman.
Oh, that's right. That's the Sandman. My bad.
Great White, $20. New Mount Preserve, 50.
Sandman got a great podcast up in Philly. I'm ready to go on it. You seen the story about the Ring Boys going on with the WWE?
Yeah.
I am the original ring boy with Mel Phillips. I have not done a podcast yet. Sandman, everybody in the country is trying to pay me to come on. I will not come on. And I figured if I could come on with you, maybe you might want me on your show first. I have all the secrets.
Well, hold on.
I have all the secrets.
Hold on.
I can tell you off the air most of them.
All right, hold on.
How much you want?
No, hold on. Just be quiet.
I want no money from you guys because I'm a listener for 22 years.
So listen, what about one of these Tuesday? Because Seth's big into wrestling too. He doesn't quite know some of the shady stuff that I know that happened backstage, but he is very much an avid wrestling fan, very familiar with the sport. How about we have you on one of our Clem and Kush episodes, and it's like it's the first time that
I will do anything to help your program, Bubba.
Now, were you an actual ring boy?
Yes, yeah, the original.
And did Mel Phillips,
Mel Phillips never did none of that. And I have, and there's other ring boys to say the same thing. That guy may have been like that. He did have a foot fetish, He did have a foot fetish. Never did it with us. I seen it with other people.
How about
not just kids. This is all the wrestlers wrestling with people. My family was in the wrestling business.
How about Pat Patterson?
Pat Patterson, he was known to be gay, but he never bothered no kids. No.
Okay, I was just asking because I thought that the Vince
listen, there's no time in the wrestling business to do that. You're going to the next city. They make it sound like that this is going on for hours during the day. Jesus Christ, as soon as you're done, you're on your road to the next city, and then you're sleeping in the hotel as soon as you get there. Where is the time for this stuff?
Sir, I know the business, and I appreciate you trying to act like I don't, but I know that if
there's a lot of funny people. It's just like the circus.
Yeah. So let me put you on hold, my friend. Maybe we could get your beautiful insight on a Clem and Kush audition. So let me put you on hold and get your information. Lummy will pick it up and get you. Okay.
Do you know who touched the Ring Boys?
I know the guy that did it. Yeah, he's friends with my family.
All right,
Mel
so don't tell us the payoff here. We want to save it for the podcast. Okay.
Set everything I'll tell you on the podcast.
Hold on. Thank you. See, Seth, I don't want to get him just to blurt it out now.
Yeah, no,
I want to milk it out on Clem Kush.
That's good. We need a more Ring Boy type flair to our.
Anytime we can get anytime we could get a guest, like that we both have some familiar knowledge with would be great for Clem Kush.
Yes, I agree.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
Just wanted to let you know, ordered my shirt, and Merge Crick got it to me the next day from Kokomo, Indiana. Been a fan of yours for 20-plus years.
You know that I got my very first lap dance at the Hip Hugger.
My family actually made a torsion bar in Kokomo. You probably know my uncle.
Yeah. Are they called the chalks?
Yes, sir, it is. The chalk stick.
Yeah, the chalk stick.
A couple years ago.
Yeah, I think I met you guys when Tyler in 2017 when we did the sprint week at Kokomo, and that was just shortly after chalk sticks had just kind of came out. I think they'd only been out maybe a year or two, and I think wasn't Robert Blue running them?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now you guys is chalk sticks still in business?
It is, yes, sir.
All the big boys run those, don't they?
They do, I'm a small roofer business owner here in Florida, so I just was born in Kokomo. My uncle made it. My grandpa used to take me to the races over in Gas City, and I was heartbroken that I heard that's no longer there.
Gas City, they closed Gas City down?
Yes, sir. That's what I heard.
I heard that they were the Kokomo guys, the Kokomo track promoters were trying to take it over. And just promote it, but not necessarily buy it. And they, and they did it. They're obviously great operators, the people that do Kokomo. But so I'll get a hold of my boy Scotty Landers, who lives in Gas City, and see if that's a fact. But the chalk sticks torsion bar business, I think, is going gangbusters for those dudes.
He sold it, made his really good money. He's a great guy. It's Tommy Chalk, and he sponsors a couple cars with the chalk stick on it that race against your boy over there. I know that they were in Iowa at the big raceway over there.
Yeah. Well, listen, man, great talking to you. Appreciate you, my friend.
Hey, love the show, Bubba. Thank you. Guys, keep up the great work. Lummy, I coached some kids that went to Pasco Hernando that are under Coleman over there. You guys are awesome. Appreciate it.
Nice. Bobcats.
Thank you, bud.
See you, buddy. Bye-bye.
Man, Seth, I've never had this much phone activity.
People want to talk about the election and Kokomo.
Well, they want to talk about torsion bars and sprint cars
Don't
too.
forget about Ring Boys.
Don't hold on. We got political. Hold on. We got women that are special ops in England Air Force Base. We got the election. We got torsion bars and sprint cars, and we got Ring Boys, the big Ring Boy scandal. I mean, Seth, and we got the Sandman with the Sabu kicker.
I mean, we got 2,000 on Twitter, Bubba. I mean, something's happening.
Do we really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we got 1,400 on YouTube.
Wow. Huge. Thank you. Make sure you go to our YouTube channel. It's very important. We're trying to approach 120,000 subscribers. That's let me. I can't wait for us to. I know we're talking 120 now, but in a year we'll be 250,000. What about that?
Sounds good.
Hi, who's this?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, this is Debbie from Crestview, your second woman for the morning. How about that?
Oh my God! When it rains, it pours.
The Panhandle.
We are killing it with women in the Panhandle. Hi, Debbie.
Yeah, I'm a 103.1, of course. And, I love your show. I fell in love with it. And, oh, my God. Every morning you make my morning.
Debbie, I hope that, things change for me a little bit different. Like, I hope I can pick up a few more terrestrial markets because, I hope that Wolfie and John Caracciolo and Shannon Burke and Bo Reynolds and all the great people at JVC are not upset with me, but there's a chance I might quit 103.1 in the morning. There's a chance.
You know what? I'll follow you anywhere.
I'm hoping that's the case, but I'm also hoping that John Caracciolo and some of the movers and shakers over there can pick up the phone and talk to a few radio owners and say, listen, as much as Bubba is blackballed in terrestrial radio, for whatever reason you think he should be blackballed, we've had him working for Florida Man Radio now going on 4 or 5 years. We've never had a problem with him. Never been sued, never had a notice of liability. He is evenly and fairly rated by our Arbitron Nielsen. I would highly recommend you making him your morning man. He is currently top 3 in Fort Walton Beach men 25-54, and we wouldn't quite frankly know what to do without him. So hopefully that conversation happens relatively soon after my documentary comes out and maybe changes people's minds' perception that I'm not the piece of shiz that everybody thinks that I am.
Now, well, number one, I don't think so. Number two is I like the fact that y'all are straight shooting. You tell it how it is. You put it out there. I mean, I was never into talk radio before I came across your show.
Really?
Okay. No, I had no use for talk radio. Okay. Absolutely none. And I heard your show one morning, and that was it. I was hooked.
Sweet.
And I'm going to tell you, turn the page for me there. Now, one other thing I wanted to just throw out an idea. You were talking about the thing backing up to Trump with the flags.
Yeah. Maybe Trump signed. Yeah, Trump signing the flag. But I was thinking, let me look up that
What about?
Go ahead.
I was saying, what about if he did a photograph and signed the photograph with the flag, kind of like a certificate of authenticity, framed it and put it in with the flag and sold it that way?
Yeah, that might be. As long as you're getting the flag and his autograph,
right?
Or maybe you could. I would say maybe put a piece of.
You're not supposed to put any markings on the flag.
You're not supposed to put a sticker or nothing on it?
Nope, not in the SIM code.
I think that's the way, Debbie, I think that's the way you're probably only going to be able to do it. Take a picture of him with that flag, and then he autographs the picture, and that flag is numbered, so you know that you got that flag with his picture. The picture's autographed. You get the flag. And, God, people will pay for anything. A Michael Jordan game-worn jersey just a couple days went for $4.8 million. So, a flag, these crazy MAGA Trump fans just that needs the flag that was on the stage when he accepted the presidency, I got to think would go for a lot of money. And, he could really make it a warm and fuzzy deal. And by saying, I'm going to take all these flags and donate it to, a women's shelter or, something that would be,
I'm going to wrap an immigrant in these American flags, carry him across the border.
These are the flags we're going to be flying on the helicopters that drop off the stinky immigrants back over to the Mexican side. But Debbie, you're probably right. That's probably the only way that he's going to be able to do it. And leave it to me, the carnival salesman that I am, I'm even trying to sell the flags behind the poor guy. That's how I think. Always trying to share. If it's not a dog harness, it's a Donald Trump flag. I don't know.
But yeah, man.
Hey, Debbie, let me tell you what. And Lummy, I should have done this with. Well, did you get Christine's number, Lummy?
No, I did not.
Damn it, because I should have got her address and sent her some Bubba Army swag, and I'm going to do that for you, Debbie. If I can put you on hold,
awesome.
If I can put you on hold,
sure.
I'll get your mailing address, your shirt size, and I'll get the merch crick to get you out. I like to be well represented up there in Fort Walton Beach, so
I'll
send you some swag. Okay.
Fantastic, appreciate it.
Thank you, Debbie.
Hey, you have a good one.
Seth, look, I got to go to words.
Dude, this is Babe Central.
I mean,
This is crazy.
And my phone lines are they're packed.
Dude, it's Women Wednesday.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Christine. Oh, she's listening to us on.
Oh no, I'll give it to you. It's LU. B as in boy.
Mommy, I would.
Tom. L as in love. S as in Sam at gmail.com. Yes.
Lord, we trust in you. We give to you everything.
Yep.
Our leaders, our president, our country.
Get that over. Thank
We
you.
give it all to you.
Yep,
Jesus, we trust in you. Amen.
Jesus, we trust in you. Amen.
Is that catastrophic?
Oh, we got Karen Angle on. God damn, she was hot, Lummy.
She was. I sent you Dana White too. His post speech with Trump.
To Florida, where we've got a call in the abortion rights measure. In Florida, this is Amendment 4. Florida.
So, Lummy, we got what now?
I sent you the Dana White. He made a speech. I guess it was really good. Gary sent it maybe for Collecto for social media.
Sponge, are you ready for this?
Okay, it's on Colin Rugg.
Yes.
Who wants a piece of the motherfucking Trump? Woo! Look at this shit! I forgot to tell you.
Is that what that material? Is that what the top?
This is it. This is it.
Did you just get it like laid on the ground?
I had somebody send it to me.
It doesn't look like it would be that hard to just put the same shit on top of it. I mean, it's not exotic or nothing. I mean, it's just like.
Well, I'm talking. Do we want to chop this up and sell it like the American flag?
Well, maybe
a piece of the Trump with any order.
We get maybe Franco to sign it.
No, not Franco. A piece of the Trump with any order over $25.
Well, maybe.
Well, I thought you'd be happy.
I am.
Lummy, is Lummy here?
That's all the thickness it was.
Lummy, the Trump. I've got it right here.
Oh, is that it?
This is the Trump.
Lummy,
yes.
That's all it is?
What do you mean that's all it is?
That's not like the material.
It's not that thick.
It's fiberglass.
It's like a tarp.
It's history, man. I thought you guys would be stoked.
How are they gonna rebuild it if you have it?
Fuck, man. I thought you guys would be jacked.
I am stoked. I think it's a great idea. I think it is stoked.
I thought we're selling it.
Wrap yourself in it.
I gotta start my 401k.
You gotta cut it over to the pieces.
Yeah, well, yes, I thought that was the plan.
This is what happens when the machine comes after you.
Goodbye, and I'll be this year for the race. What a shitty fucking material to put on a roof though at a stadium. Like that was gonna withhold a fucking hurricane.
Worked for a while.
That's a good point.
They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustle with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
That's cool.
Florida.
Did you literally have a friend just go out there on the road and get it?
I tweeted that I couldn't get it, and there was actually a nice lady that said she got a big piece and she would cut me off one.
That's a big piece, and so if that's a piece or her piece,
right?
She must have got a big fucking piece.
That's what I'm saying. I got way more than I thought. So
that is fucking cool.
Was she part of the cleanup crew?
No. She just lives in St. Pete.
I would take
just a Seth Cush fan.
would take it and cut it into more manageable pieces, and have Ray guys sign it.
Lummy, are you watching the B-roll?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
By the way, I love our new format. Constantly tweaking. If you watch us now, listen, you can be like Debbie and our good friend Special Ops Christina, which, by the way, Special Ops Christina from Fort Walton Beach, Eglin Air Force Base. If you're still listening to me, what I'm afraid is you had to be at work by 9, so you may not be hearing us. But if you are hearing me, call me back so I can get your address and your shirt sizes, maybe you and your husband or your kids, and I'll have Merch Crick sign you up, send you up a little care package, Lummy. Like maybe her husband would want a Bubba Army knife.
Yeah.
Care pack. Maybe her kid wants a backpack. But anyway, Lummy, we're constantly tweaking with our format, and I had an idea with Rhett and Macho Man and you that during the commercials, the 5 minutes and 20 seconds that were gone, if you're visually watching us on Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook, or Twitch, which are our 5 different forums that you can visually watch the show, which collectively we pace, 5,000 to 7,000 a day live views. And then, with replays after a couple days, the YouTube viewership is always around 8,000 to 10,000. And the Rumble views are always 12,000 to 15,000. So, visually, there's a lot of people that watch us. But during that 5 minutes and 20-second time period that we're doing commercials, we're going back and finding various old interviews and just, funny stuff. Like I think a couple days ago, Lummy, it was Hogan going through his memorabilia at his house.
Yes, it was.
Just a minute ago, it was when I had Karen Angle.
Oh, yeah.
God, Karen Angle might be one of the most naturally beautiful women ever to step in my studio.
Wow.
And, Lummy, have you ever
I heard that.
I think we need to post that somewhere, and make it over 18.
Perfect.
Because Spice Boy had phone sex with Karen Angle.
She was pretty good at it.
Real good at it. I jayed off to it a few times.
Really?
Yes.
Seth, have you heard it?
Have you ever heard it, Seth?
No.
Spice Boy and Karen Angle had recorded phone sex as part of a bit.
Well, that guy got a lot of residual sexual favors from this show.
For everything. And, Lummy, I was thinking last night, like, I'm gonna.
I mean, I got free breaks, so I'm not like complaining. I'm just, he's just man. That's a lot.
I was thinking about how these former employees hate on me, and I'm like, without me, you would have never been anything. You would have never made it to the big time without me. You would have never gotten $25,000 and $35,000 Bubba Palooza checks without me. You wouldn't have gotten hot, Stormy Daniels and Akira ass without me. You wouldn't have met your wife without me. Like if I'm the boogeyman and, I'm, all the names that you call me and all this, but you've never made more money and never been more famous and got more cool stuff than with me. So who cares? I blew it and left millions of dollars on the table. Doesn't matter. It's my show to blow. And I'm the one that provided you with the best life you've ever had. I think I got somebody on the phone here. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air. It's Bubba, Seth,
Bubba,
Lummy, Macho Man.
Mm-hmm. You're still there.
Still there, buddy?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead. What do you need, kid?
Bubba, I was just calling you. Don't give up on your son. Keep trying.
Oh, sir, I don't plan on. I gotta tactfully do it. I don't want to roll up on him at a race and cause him to be uncomfortable. The only way I can really speak to him is via my show, because I think that him and his girlfriend and his girlfriend's family probably, when we speak about them, go and find it or somebody tells them about it. But that's really the only way I have to message him. I don't have his phone number. I don't have his email. I've been blocked from everything. I can't go to his Facebook. I don't even know when he races, and when he does race and win, which I think he just won a couple weeks ago in Volusia, did really, really well. I have to get it third or fourth hand. Sir, to the day I die, I'll never not want a relationship with my son. He's my only child. I love him. I feel as if I had a huge hand in helping him get started in racing. It makes me teary-eyed and ready to almost cry to speak to you about this matter, but I just can't pick up the phone and call him because I'm blocked in every way, shape, or form. And so I don't know how I'm ever going to see him physically. So I just have to continue to probably try to say positive and nice things on the radio, because it'll get back to him hopefully that way. And doing that, I'd like to say, Tyler, I love you. I wish that this little dust up or this major dust up that we have could end. I think that you would be in a better place to have a relationship with both me and your mother and your stepfather and your aunt and my mom, your grandma, while also having a relationship with your fiance and their family. Why do your mom and your dad and our families have to suffer and not have a relationship, and you have such a close relationship with your fiance's family? We love you. We're your original family. Your stepfather has poured hundreds of thousands of dollars into your racing career. I've poured millions of dollars into your racing career, and it's not a keeping score as to, well, we all did it willfully. Nobody put a gun to Augie's head. Nobody could have put a gun to my head to help you. We did it because we love you. Now, please look at that and understand the amount of love that everybody has for you, and realize that all of us are getting older, and someday I'm not going to be around, and someday your mom's not going to be around, and nothing would be worse than to have gone through your adult life and you no longer not only not have a relationship with your mom and dad, but your mom and dad aren't even here to have a relationship with. You don't know what you got till it's gone. And you know how many times that I have had guys like Neil Mount Plaisir or other people who have lost their fathers fairly recently, and they tell me this: my dad and I really didn't get along that well. I didn't have near the relationship I wanted with my father, but I would give anything that I own to have one more day with him. If I just had one more day with my dad. Well, I hope that that's not where my relationship with my son is headed. And I'm getting a little bit emotional, sir. So I hope that that's, that's all you wanted to say, because I got to go. And I'm not giving up on Tyler. It just sucks, man. It really sucks. You both have kids. Could you even fathom what I'm going through? And listen, I'm not trying to sit here and play the victim. I probably contributed to some of my demise. There's two sides to every story. They're probably like, hey, Bubba is, a bad person. Look at some of the scandals he's been involved in. He is mentally abusive. I'm sure they've come up with all types of sort of things. And for whatever I've done wrong, I apologize for my end of it. I know that your mom would apologize to you for her end of it. She didn't do. Your mom's not done anything wrong. And Augie, what a hell of a guy. He took Augie. Augie, his stepfather, spent
$150,000 putting him on this hell tour. Last year it was like 29 races in 35 days. It cost about $200,000 to go, to stay on the entire tour. He put Tyler in a late model ride, and when it was time for Tyler's girlfriend to go home to go back to work, Tyler flaked out and said he couldn't race without her.
Oh no!
And so now Augie's not happy. It's just a bad situation. It really, really is.
You think parents should eat their young? Save the heartache.
Yeah.
He done with it?
I don't want to talk about it because I'm on a roll. I got Lummy.
We had two babes calling, and now we had to go down the sad road.
But you're right, Seth. You're reading my mind because I was gonna bring we got chicks from Fort Walton Beach that are just like riveted to our radio station at 103.1 Florida Man Radio. Hell, Debbie, the last chick, said I had zero interest in talk radio until I heard your show, and now I'm absolutely glued.
We got to get Debbie down to Barp.
We do. Mount Plaisir, $10.
Don't really blow her mind.
Hello. You're on the air.
Perfect.
813-90 Bubba. Dana White was at the victory party last night. I thought he nailed it. Dana White's the man.
He was partying.
I love Dana White. You talk about no nonsense, answers to nobody, uncancelable billionaire.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least.
Say it right now. Last but not least, probably one of the most influential meat content providers in the world. In the world. Howard who?
The mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
Way to nail it, Dana. Way to absolutely nail it.
I got to get back to Vegas. Warm up my flight.
Get on your Spirit with your Allegiant kicker. With your layover in Denver. Hello. I will tell you this, Seth, if you ever go to Vegas, do everything in your power to get a direct flight.
Yeah, never go.
Oh, my God.
You got to go direct.
Hi, buddy. Go ahead. Who's this?
Good morning, Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Hitman from Orlando. How you guys doing today?
Good, bud.
Hey, listen, just real quick, have you guys paid attention to now the Democrats are trying to backtrack on the fact that, where did we go wrong and this and that and the other, and I guess we didn't do this or this right. Give me a break. How about this one, Bubba? You're old school. I'm 57 years old, just like you. How about a straight-up ass-whooping, Democrats? That's what you just took.
Well, and hold on, and the ass-whipping that they take should show them that they are really, really, really far off on what their base needs, because in order for Trump to be able to win Wisconsin, win Michigan, and win Pennsylvania, that means 3 states that you won, 3 states that carried you to victory with Biden, you've now lost because you have moved your platform so far to the left that you no longer identify with the standard Democrat. And so this is, and you have got an ass whipping, just like I forget who I saw on TV last night that said, this is what the Democrats needed so that they can wake up and realize that Americans don't want millions of undocumented illegal aliens pouring into our country with subsidies. Our country doesn't want to go all electric, all vehicles in 10 years.
Our country doesn't want $7 eggs. Our country doesn't want $4 gas. Our country doesn't want inmates to have the ability to have, change gender surgeries. Our country, the only thing that the Democrats really got right is I like their stance on abortion. I like it. They got that right, and they did it, and they tried to play that card, but they got so lost in the weeds with immigration and the economy and transphobia and all of this that the average hardcore Democrat said, you know what? I'm just not voting. That's why that's why Trump won the general, is because now the Democrats, the hardcore base, they didn't vote for Trump. They just didn't vote. And them not going out and vote is why Trump wins Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. And then who the hell in the Democratic Party decided to pick the old man from Minnesota when you could have picked Shapiro from Pennsylvania, and probably by the sketchiest of margins that Trump won Pennsylvania, you probably would have won Pennsylvania had you picked Shapiro. He's a very powerful and well-liked governor in the state that has absolutely been determined the most important state. He was considered for it. They vetted him. He passed all the litmus tests, and they went with the old guy, get off my lawn, the slobbering grandpa from Minnesota that let police precincts get burnt to the ground during the Black Lives Matter movement.
Yep, I'm with you 100% on the abortion issue. You're absolutely right, Bubba. And I'll tell you one last thing. This is why the Democrats don't like Donald Trump, because all of these unpaid attention to term limits, all these Democrats know that when he comes back to office, people are going to get their ass fired. And the Democrats are scared to death of losing a cush job and go out in America and work like everybody else does for your living and no longer sit on the coattails of a daggum political career. I'm sorry.
Well, Trump's got 4 years to fix it. Hopefully he hands it off to somebody. I don't know if J.D. Vance is the guy or not, but things will get interesting 4 years from now. It's just good to know that there's not a controversy. There's not a screw job in Fulton County or a miscalculation in Milwaukee, that it seems like this went without a hitch pretty well, and they got an ass whipping, and hopefully it'll open up their eyes to know that they've moved their party too far left, and the average person that used to identify as a Democrat no longer is a Democrat.
Yeah, maybe he'll just fire Vance and bring Tulsi in there with him. Huh?
He should. Anyway, man, hey, I'm running late. I got to go. I appreciate your call.
Thanks for your time, Bubba.
Steven Roser 20 and Iggy McGillicuddy 20.
I love Iggy.
Phone lines are blown up.
Phone lines, I've never seen them this busy in my entire life. We might be number one in Tampa.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
How come Vance wasn't with him last night?
I don't know.
Was he in Ohio?
Yeah, he was in Ohio. Here's Vance right here. I got him. Man, I can't get the air right here. It's either cold or too hot.
Man.
If anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There are African American women who know a little bit about being talked down to, know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they were facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time. They feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow, we're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off, oh, look at the elite, they're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
A Chewy order for Cole is on the way. Because Mom and Dad told the girls, if they weren't on their best behavior, this year, they'd get... And with Cole and the family, Mom and Dad used Chewy to get everything delivered in time for the holidays. At prices everyone feels jolly about. For low prices and fast shipping, for holidays with pets, there's Chewy.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit,
Yeah, no tax on overtime. That's right. Whippers brown taco.
Hey, Wolf Fencing, I think, is helping Ty J today.
Yeah, he was doing his chain link fence.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios. Aquabeto.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Phone lines are probably as busy as I've seen them in years. Just was us three. What's that telling you? 4 with Mach. Mach, by the way, Mach, thank you. I know that it was tough. You don't get near the recognition you deserve. I know you got a big digitization project going on. I know you got a music festival that you're preparing for.
Very excited for that one.
You're bodybuilding. You're running fiber at the transmitter site. You came in last night, got us on. Was one of the last to leave. One of the first ones here today. And Mach, I just can't tell you how much. I don't tell you enough how much I appreciate you, and I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Seth, I appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you.
Coming in last night, I know it was a little tough for you. And Lummy, I appreciate you, and I hope that you ripped Brian from Philly a new ass and said that that's just not cool.
Yes, sir.
We're a family, and we're a family. And when you start just saying even little dibs on us, it gets to us. We expect some hater that we don't know to be critical of us, but we don't expect a Hall of Famer with the champion lineage of Brian from Philly that has came in here and been nice to us, and that we have allowed unabated access, and is a Hall of Famer to speak illy in any way, shape, or form. We're humans too, just because we're superstars on the radio and you're not.
Hey, wake the F up or go home, man.
Better yet, just be cool. Hello. 813-90 Bubba. By the way, I got to say hi to Wolf Fencing, who's helping Ty J right now throw up some fence.
There you go.
God, I love Austin Wolf. He's the best, is he not?
He is.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, it's South Tampa. Just wanted to reiterate. I always want to reiterate Kokomo, home of what? The Hip Hugger, and it's Stoplight City. That's all.
No longer Stoplight City, buddy, with the overpass that they built. But appreciate it. Yes. Hello.
Bubba.
Yes. Guy's so drunk he forgot what he was going to say. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, I just wondered if y'all were going to DoorDash that plate of crow to your buddy Alex today that he said he was going to eat after talking.
Oh, yeah, Lummy. You know what, Lummy? We need to probably get that excerpt.
Yeah, I reached out to him, too.
Just have it ready for when he calls us next week.
It's doing well online right now, Bubba.
Oh, is it?
It's going slightly viral, yes.
Fantastic. Where'd we post it? X and
it's on X, and I know it's on Instagram,
TikTok. Yeah, it's everywhere.
Lummy, I gotta get it on. Did I put it up on Facebook?
It should be on Facebook.
Yeah. We'll have that crow ready for him to eat on Wednesday, buddy.
All right, brother. I'm just checking in with you.
Because not only did Trump not lose, he ass whipped. Hello.
Hello. This is you remember old school Oprah's Brown Taco?
Oprah's Brown Taco.
He's a Twitch guy.
Yes, I do remember you.
Man, I just want to let you guys know, like, one thing that's great about Trump getting elected, he said there's going to be no tax on overtime, bro. I'm a male nurse, and all I do is work. And that means, dude, bro, could you imagine, dude, like, I can actually make $100,000. I mean, like, just.
He's saying no taxes on tips. Now he's saying so.
No, overtime.
No, hold on. He's also said no taxes on tips. That's where he first came out. And then he added the overtime gimmick to that. So that means after your 40-hour work week, you're probably, what, time and a half, maybe double time?
Yeah, that would be double time, bro.
And so, like, if you work like a Christmas day as a male nurse, you know, that could be time and a half or double time. And after, you know, you're none of that's getting tipped, none of that's getting taxed. I mean, you could. Well, I mean, that could affect you by 15 or 20 grand.
Absolutely, man, dude. I work like 30, 40 hours overtime a week. So, like, I'm really getting hit. I'm getting hammered with this tax. But can you imagine?
And here's the deal, man. And here's the deal. It makes people want to work harder and longer. Yeah. So, like, you know, hey, yeah, man, the average guy wants to put in 40 hours on me because, you know, whatever. Yeah. But if I'm putting in more than 40 hours and I'm working for a corporation, you know, that pays, you know, overtime, additional salary. Now that overtime is no longer being taxed, and that adds up quickly, really quickly.
Sure does.
Which means I want to work. Hey, listen, instead of being lazy and only working 40, I want to work 55 hours this week, please.
Absolutely, my friend. I just wanted to let you know, man. I'm really excited.
I just hope that Trump, as much all the stuff that he said, that he comes through on, because I think a lot of people elected him based on a lot of things that he's promised, and I know that no tips on overtime, and no tips on no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, and no taxes on tips probably is the single-handedly reason why he won Vegas. Hopefully, he does the right thing and makes this work. Appreciate you. Thanks. Hello. I can't even.
Bubba,
I can't even not take phone calls. We're so deep. We're so deep on the blow up. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, love the show. Just want to let you know that your last night's election coverage was the best on the TV or on any other of your Twitch networks. Now, I want to know if you dipped in and listened to Howard's meltdown today, and then I got a TV show recommendation for you.
No, I haven't. I'm sure that it usually takes me a day to get Howard's stuff because I can't listen to him live because we're on the air, but usually Lummy can get me Howard's stuff by the next day. Is he flipped out right now?
Oh, my God, he is whining like Bette Midler. So
I mean, like what's the most extreme things that he's saying? Like, is he out of here? I quit. I'm done.
You know what, Bubba? I really don't listen to him anymore. I tune in for a minute or two while you're on the hot mic, get a quick thing, and then come back and listen to you because his show sucks now.
All right.
So,
well, I'm sure I'll get an overview of it, and maybe potentially I'll play it tomorrow.
Okay, and hey, have you ever watched any of the Power series on TV? Powers book 1 through 4.
Power.
It's Power book Ghost. It's a 50-cent thing. It is the best series on TV.
Oh yeah. It was good until they killed off the main character and the son started taking over, and that's when it completely lost. That's when it lost me. I was very much into it when Ghost was the dude, but when they killed off Ghost, I was out.
Well, they got a 50 Cent has his own one now, which is book 3. And then Tommy has his own series, which is book 4, which are both out now as well.
All right.
I know you like Tommy.
I know that I'm on Tulsa King right now, and I'm getting ready for Yellowstone, so I can only take so much.
I heard that. All right, Bubba, love the show.
See you later.
Babyface, warm line.
It was an ass whipping last night, wasn't it, buddy?
It was pretty not surprising because I said the polls were not good for her, in terms of the early voting numbers.
And then every state that you were like, every state that you said, hey, she's not trending as well at this very same time as Biden did. She in these various counties, she's not 22 points ahead. She's 8 points ahead. Trump is +6 from what he was in 2020. So the Georgias, the Pennsylvanias, the Michigans, the Wisconsins, she could very well not have any blue block. She could just very well lose it. You called it. You called it that she, potentially was going to get her ass kicked, and she did.
Yeah, I thought that was the most likely outcome to me was that, other than a narrow win for her was an absolute trouncing. I didn't have her winning any of the states in the Sun Belt. I didn't have her winning Arizona. I didn't have her winning Nevada, although I thought Nevada would be a little closer. One thing that the guy on the overtime, be careful with politicians and the promises they make, because here's the problem with it, right? I've got myself salaried right now. There's nothing stopping myself from switching myself to hourly and saying that I work 80, 90 hours a week. So the reality is that it's not going to go through because procedurally it's just rife and set up to be abused.
Would it be easier for him to set it up where tips are not taxed, but when you start getting into the logistics of the accounting and these people that process payroll, where you're getting into no taxing on overtime. Now I can see the accounting being easier to do on tips than on overtime. I don't think you can do both. I think you can.
Why tips? But why tips? Why do we tax teachers then? Let's not tax teachers. Why where do we draw the line? Why tips, Bubba? Let me ask you that.
Listen, I'm not the candidate that made the promise that won Nevada for him.
No, I know.
I think because tips are a tip, and it's not part of your I mean, I guess you have to claim it as part of your W-2 now, but maybe he's figuring, listen, man, people fudge the tips. I think this is kind of maybe, now, before you just jump down my ass, try.
Well, no, I think you're right. I know where you're going with it, and I think you're right.
I think
why bother dealing with it when they lie about it anyway?
I think tips are the Wild West of the IRS system anyway. If a waitress is supposed to report her tips and she made $100, she reports 40 of it at best, and it's the Wild West anyway. So other than the time that she worked where she was making whatever she was making an hour, that obviously gets taxed. But tips is the Wild West anyway, and so why not just eliminate that in itself? It really makes a lot of people happy. And, most people don't listen. It would be interesting to see what part of the workforce of Americans work for tips. I would say that it's probably less than 20%. I don't know the number on that. And he's, I think he single-handedly won Nevada because of that. And then she came in with it after he said it and doubled down on it as well. So I think that's easier to regulate than the overtime.
Yeah, I think both are stupid. I think we all should be treated the same as Americans. And if the people who are hemming and hawing about student loan forgiveness and are happy with this, then they're hypocrites.
Well, I mean, hold on. The whole shoot match is predicated on being hypocritical. I mean, let's be honest.
Quackenbush 20.
I guess so. But no, it was a trouncing. I mean, his margins, in a lot of areas, winning by 5-10% more than he did or making up 5, 10, 15 points. It was pretty astounding.
I got it scored. They still haven't relinquished Maine, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona because all the ballots aren't in. But if you give those, he's going to win all of them. I got it scored 314 to 224, and I don't know if you've been listening to the show or not, but I think that you, who's a Democrat, I think I'm correct, or maybe you can help me wade through this. But I think that I was watching CNN last night, and there was a political talking head that said the Democrats needed this because they needed to get an ass whipping so that they could pivot and change their position because they've just gone whack job too far left on a lot of things that Americans can't identify with. And these hardcore Democrats didn't go out and vote for Trump. They just didn't vote. And so I think that, having a California-based, candidate which is the most left liberal leaning, state in our country, I just think the Democrats have kind of lost touch with the entitlements, with the immigration, I don't know. What's your opinion on the party needs a readjustment or a recentering?
I think you got to work through this social war bull. They've got to get past the trans issues, these wedge issues that really matter not in most of our lives.
I mean, the trans issue will never be an issue in my life, in your life, in Seth's life, and Seth's mother's life, and and so they get these wedge issues that people can really get fired up about that make them look stupid. I mean, look at the soundbite that Trump ran the majority of the time where Kamala in some obscure interview said that inmates should have the right to do sex changes. Well, I mean, that was probably taken out of context, probably. And secondly, but man, people are really, 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 really are passionate about that being very wrong. And that probably, the trans issue and the Title IX issue and all of these issues that probably hurt the Democrats are issues that affect none of us. Not a Democrat or a Republican will really run into that issue.
Carlos Trump 25.
Yeah. And then, it's just, it is that they need a reset as a party. The fact, the hubris of running Joe Biden again as a candidate was absurd.
Oh yeah.
So they got what they deserved from that standpoint. I mean, they knew what condition he was in, and they chose not to primary him, which was just catastrophically.
Because if they would have had a legitimate primary, I think you would have had a better candidate. I think you would.
You say what you want about Gavin Newsom, and I know people hear his name and start frothing on the right, but he's a better candidate. He's more polished.
So is the Buttigieg guy.
Well, he's not going to win because he's gay, but Buttigieg is probably the smartest out of all the politicians that I've heard speak in terms of his ability to deliver a message and do so in a way that is supported by fact and understandable. I mean, he does have a certain knack to him, but I mean, all he's run is a city in Indiana,
South Bend, but
Gavin Newsom ran the world's third largest economy.
Again, had the Democrats had the foresight and not so full of themselves to have an actual primary, you would have had somebody probably different as a candidate that probably would have resonated better with the American public. Probably.
Yeah, and
And the other thing, can I interrupt you? And the VP pick was horrendous. Why you didn't pick Shapiro, who probably would have brought you Pennsylvania, instead of picking the grandpa, a slobbering bulldog, as Seth Kushner says? That's another big mess up.
Yeah, Tim Walz is a nice guy. I mean, it wasn't a great pick. I agree with you on that. Look, they made their bed. They have to sleep in it. I also think, all of the court cases against Trump, it was too much. It was overkill. And,
especially when a couple of them got gutted. The Georgia one, with the Fannie, with the prosecuting attorney that was sleeping with, there was probably. You're right. They could have brought him up and got him in trouble on a few of them, but the overkill of it and the double standard where they raid his house in Mar-a-Lago, and Joe Biden had the same documentation and situation when he was vice president, but they didn't make near the they did kind of weaponize the government against him, and I think African American men, that resonated with them and that pissed them off.
Well, two things on that. One, the New York and the Georgia cases, I've always said were flim-flammy and should not have been prosecuted. The New York case, because they, essentially it was a trial by ambush where they didn't even in the charging document outline what the felony was how it raised to a felony. The Georgia case, because if you just have him saying find 11,800 votes, that's not saying fix the election for me. It's it may be gangster talk, and we may all know what he meant by it, or guess what he meant by it, but that's not enough to convict somebody, especially a former president of the United States. But then you look at the documents case, okay? That's a little different, and if that was on its own, I think you could make a better case for it and get through the noise of these other cases, which is he was showing classified. We have him on tape showing classified information to somebody who's making a documentary, right? Or was with him on that. He's filmed showing them like an Iran war plan or something like that. Then afterwards, he's trying to cover it up and talking about flooding the server room at Mar-a-Lago to destroy the evidence. And that's the type of stuff that's more compelling to me. And the crimes that if you had focused on just those, it wouldn't have gotten lost in the noise.
Yeah, but it got lost in the noise because the New York deal was a big screw you. The Fulton County deal was a big screw you, which completely dilutes the legitimate one they potentially have. And if you look at the exit polling, he made the most ground with Latino men and African American men. That's where he made the most ground with, and that's probably because they were screwing with him so bad.
Yeah, no, I agree. So we'll see. It's going to be. They've got all the power now. They better perform the next 2 years.
It's going to be.
You promised all this stuff. You better deliver on it. The border better be fixed in the next 2 years. Fix it.
I mean,
You've
listen.
got all the power. No excuses.
I agree, and if he can get done what he promised, I think our country will be better for it. If he doesn't,
we'll see.
Then it's going to be a complete repeat of what we got now.
Brian, what was your official diagnosis last night?
Yeah, it'd be $10.
Vagicitis, they call it, they can diagnose me with. No, they think it's nerve related. I've got to go to see a back specialist because my heart is completely healthy. So that's the good news I got out of it.
Do you think that maybe you're having back spasms that go into your chest? You know, kind of maybe a deal like that.
They think it's nerve related. Like I've got herniated discs in my back, and it's causing pains in areas of my body.
I just want to tell you this, okay? I really, really like having you on the show, but if there's one show that I need you every 4 years to be on, it's the show that you missed last night. I even texted Seth and said, man, we're really missing Brian. I mean, we really needed you last night. And I'm not trying to put...
buddy, I feel terrible. I know I let you down. I was doing everything I could to get out of that place and to try to get there. And it just
only because you are
first of all, nobody go to St. Joseph's Tampa ER. The worst, absolute worst. I went up to the front desk and I said, dude, I've been here sitting here for 6 hours. This was at 6 p.m. I've been sitting here for 6 hours. How long do I have to wait to get back to get my test done? And he goes, our average wait time is usually 8 hours. Can you believe that? At an emergency room?
You should have had.
I thought when you say you have chest pains, they take you back right away.
Right.
Yeah, normally.
Oh, they take you back. They make sure you're not about to die, and then they make you wait with everybody else.
Here's your problem.
If I had reduced oxygen.
Here's your problem. You walked in, they scanned your insurance card. They're like, man, this guy's covered to the gilt. Let's give him every possible test known to man, rack up this bill, and then tell him it's...
They're getting machines out of storage just to run tests on them.
They're getting machines that the average guy's insurance doesn't cover just because Brian's does. Anyway, man, don't you ever...
I wish that was the case, but I'm devastated, buddy. It would have been a good show for me to be on, I know. And I tried to call in where I could when I wasn't being poked and prodded and having contrast. Have you ever had contrast dye through you, Bubba?
Yes, I have had a contrast dye, yes. And it feels like literally you're on fire on the inside.
Yeah, it's insane. And it hit the back of my throat when they're like, hold your breath during the CT scan that I was getting. I've never experienced anything like that before. That was, and my bum hole was on fire. Like, it was crazy.
The tough night, man.
Tough night
Bum
for you.
hole on fire. Kamala loses.
Yeah, not only did you lose, but you did. I mean, you didn't Don Mikowski yourself. I'm not going to hold it against you, but man, I really, really did need you last night. You're so knowledgeable. This is right. This is what you live and die for.
Should we do a redo, Bubba?
No, we can't do a redo.
We can't do okay.
All we can do is when Brian comes in. Now, Brian, you coming in tomorrow?
Yes, I will be in
All
tomorrow.
Right. Okay. So we can continue to strip this down and analyze this a little bit more tomorrow when you're in here.
Yeah, and I will say up until about, there were some tea leaves before 10:30. But around 11 o'clock, 11:30 last night is when everything really started to come into view. When they did those big vote dumps in Pennsylvania and she wasn't making up the ground, it was pretty clearly over.
Now,
at that
when do you think? I got to get going. We're so very late. But last question: when do you think she'll finally come out and make a statement?
Oh, today. Yeah, today. I think.
Her people said she's going to come out today.
Do you think they bring that Raggedy Ann bitch out there, or is she doing?
No, they don't like her. Kamala does not like her.
She's Joe Biden's person.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now, will Joe Biden say something too?
No, Biden probably will just call Trump and congratulate him, and Kamala will give a speech.
Donald will hang up on him. Donald will hang up on that old timer.
I don't know. Donald took his call when the assassination attempt happened.
Right.
And so
maybe we'll get a calmer Trump, knowing that this is his swan song out, and maybe just I got to get going. We're so late. I'm 2 breaks behind, but maybe we'll get a calmer, more effective Trump this time. Don't count on it, but maybe.
Yeah, maybe he slows down in his old age, but we'll see.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay.
All right, guys, take it easy.
Brian the Babyface.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Yeah, I mean,
we knew once they had done a couple of those tests, like he didn't have a heart attack.
Listen, if you roll in and you're really having an issue, they get you the fuck in.
Right.
You know, like because
you're either having one, you had one, like it's
because there comes a point where they're kind of liable. If you die out there in the fucking waiting room, you know they're liable.
They gotta check your arteries and stuff.
So they know when you're rolling in there. They know.
Yeah, when they do his blood pressure and everything that.
Here's the deal, man. If you go to the waiting room, if you go to the emergency room and you have to wait over an hour, just go home.
Well, that's the emergency room. That's why it's almost like if you can wait the next day to go into like urgent care or something,
Right.
like that's better. I learned my lesson about emergency
Or just
rooms.
go to doctor. Just go doctor right to Dan's.
Yeah, I learned my lesson about emergency rooms, man. I'm never again.
Your first call should be Dan, and tell Dan the symptoms.
Hello, Dan Wiz. It's
Dan will tell you what to do, and he'll sometimes call the place ahead and fucking get you right in.
That's a good point. Well, if he's got nerve stuff, that's like, I mean, good. That's a hard thing to solve, isn't it, Lummy? Bless you. Like he need back surgery.
Could be, or nerve ablation. You know, where they go in and like my mom has to go in for that, and it's where they go in to your spine and they fry these nerves.
Jeez Louise, man.
Yeah, she has to go in for that.
Oh man. Well, maybe Brian could go with her. We can get some content. Okay. Nerve abrasion content.
Sorry I'm late, but I figured the affiliates will stick with me or not.
Yeah.
You know?
True. Rudy, did you get that email where you send the pictures? BubbaArmyPics@gmail.com.
Who did?
Oh no, Rudy was just asking what the email address was.
Who was?
Rudy in chat.
It's Orlando@contenthouse@gmail.com.
No, this one's at that was at Hotmail.
Oh, I like this. Did you send this to me, Seth, where Kellyanne Conway personally thanks The View?
No.
And Oprah for helping Donald win because people fucking, you know.
Yeah,
I don't think that worked for them.
I just think people were ready for a change.
I think people are locked into who they were going to vote for. They don't really give a fuck if Taylor Swift or who the fuck.
I don't think Rogan. I don't think any of that shit mattered.
The only thing that matters.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I think I've made my point, and you guys understand what I was thinking. And would you and Rhett like to bring back the two shows that I put on hiatus for a little bit?
Sure, yeah,
well,
of course.
I mean, you're going to have to talk to him, see if he wants to do that.
Okay.
But the sports show and then the wrap-up Friday deal,
yes.
If you guys would like to do that, I'll offer that back to you.
Okay, perfect.
I needed to take a small little hiatus for different reasons, but get a hold of Rhett, you know, when he returns, and see if you guys would like to start doing that. Much love to Grouper Lips, Scout and Big Gulp, Bob Cook, John Kostika, the head of the Indiana Bubba Army Mafia, Greg and Amy, Wizzy, of course, Big Buck, Big Red, and Cable Dog. Because I have my Jordan Love proudly displayed official Riddell helmet. I got a display case for it. Have it displayed at my apartment.
Those are expensive, man. I had an autograph helmet one time. Those cases are like $100.
They are. I think they're more than that now. But
you must have got a good one.
I finally got it in from Amazon. By the way, we're gonna for any of Fort Walton Beach, Tampa, Phoenix. We're gonna run over probably by 10 minutes. If you want to stay with us, you can. If not, go ahead and drop the network if you'd like. But I'm gonna run a little bit late. I got to think that, Fort Walton Beach will probably, Mach, if you were to predict who sticks with us, I think Len and Phoenix will stick. Well, he has an option. He's obviously 3 hours behind, but he probably will stick with us.
Yes, he will.
Usually Bruce Midori and AM 820. Macho, do they stick with us or do they dump out?
I have no comment on the matter. It's political. I'll talk to you off here.
No. So hold on. You don't even have to talk off here. I read Macho Man speak, and Macho Man speak says that they dump out of me and go to the satellite feed, and you feel very strongly that this show is way better than their stupid satellite show, and they should keep us running as long as they should. But you don't have they override you or whatever, and you're not happy about it.
I don't make those decisions, unfortunately.
But did I predict your mindset nonetheless?
Yes.
First one of the day, let me.
Because the satellite shows a replay, so it's like.
Right. And then my show's so important to AM 820 that they run me in the afternoon too. So if I am your AM and your PM afternoon drive and I run a little bit late, bitch, you should probably keep me on.
You would think so.
Or I'm going to, you know what I could do? If I was a real prick, I could say, I'm not licensing my show to be run on afternoon drive. You can't run my show on afternoon drive. You can only run it on mornings. How screwed would Bruce be at that point?
Isn't it better to have the show play on afternoons than an extra 10 minutes of the morning show play?
Yeah, one would think.
Okay. I just feel like we're in a good spot then.
Well, whatever.
Taking up 8 hours a day.
Like being a prick every once in a while. Might be gone soon anyway. Hi, who's this? Might as well start.
Mr. Clem.
Might as well start getting everybody ready. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Clem.
This is some kind of.
Yes, this is a voice of guy.
Yeah,
character.
Yes, character.
Yes, Mr. Clem. I wanted to say I just started watching you a little bit while ago. About a year ago, I started watching you when I moved over to this country. And I just wanted to say that this is a breath of fresh air to listen to you.
If you're really a Hispanic man, thank you. And if you're a white guy trying to sound like a Hispanic man, thank you. So either way, man, I just appreciate.
No, I'm from India.
Oh, okay. Then again, if you're a guy trying to do an Indian impersonation, thank you. If you're a regular Indian man, thank you. Appreciate you finding me. By what means do you watch the program usually?
I listen to you and watch you on the YouTubes.
On the YouTubes.
What's your name?
What's your name?
Ashish.
What's last name?
Well, he probably Vermont. Hashish Vermont. There you go. I love it.
Commod.
Yes.
Are you a doctor? Because most Indian guys are doctors.
No, I'm a taxi driver.
Oh, you're a taxi driver. Okay. That's on point. All right. Well, listen, Hashish Mamant, I appreciate you. That's a first. Lummy, it's our first. It's our first Indian man that's checked in. Appreciate you, my friend.
I just wanted to also say, just real quick, I know you're a very busy man, like we all are these days, that the Trump whole thing is the first time I voted on this election over here in America, and your coverage was amazing. That last caller, I just don't know about him. He sounded like he was very, very upset.
No, he's a very much a very educated, very, very knowledgeable Democrat, and he knows that his party got their ass kicked, and the Democratic Party needs to regroup, burn a timeout, and come back swinging with a better candidate in 4 years.
Yeah, so he just sounded like he was very upset, like he was not on his positive attitude all the time. I don't know what his problem is.
All right, my man. Well, you keep door dashing, and good talking to you, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Knowing that that's, a 27-year-old man named Brian from Pasco County that brags about his Indian impersonation.
At least just
to his
play
friends.
it for all your friends so we can get the views later.
Exactly. Go to YouTube and play it for your 64 Uber drivers that are waiting to get a pickup ride at the airport later tonight. No, it's towards the back part of the show, so appreciate you. Go ahead and mark out to yourself, kid. Hello, who's this?
Yes, sir.
By the way, let me last call of the program, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Hey, Bubba, I discovered you back in 06 when you joined with Howard.
Yeah.
And I just want to bring up that this is the end officially of Howard Stern. He endorsed 2 losers in 1 year. And when Dana White was mentioning all these media people, podcasts, it just made Howard mad that he's not in that list anymore. It's over.
Well, here's the deal. Howard will maybe you may think that it's over for Howard currently, but regardless of what Howard does for the remaining year and 3 months of his contract, you can't wipe out the 40 years of him being the most dominant media personality and the king of all media. So as Howard gets a little bit older and maybe says some outrageous political things that don't align with you, I don't think that wipes out 40 years of being the number one highest paid media personality in the world. So how Howard chooses to go out, who he chooses to politically align himself with, that's on him. But I don't let the past however many years that you feel Howard has change his legacy, because his legacy will never be anything other than the greatest of all time. Period.
No, and I agree with that, but I just think he's tried so hard this last 10 years to distance himself.
No, I mean he's tried so hard. He's tried so hard these last 10 years to do something that he never has done before, which is interview-based, opinionated-based radio, and not have the buffoonery and the whack pack and the show your penises and the stunts and the girls and the Sibians and all that. And he's tried to legitimately interview and have, musicians like Metallica and Billie Eilish and Post Malone and Paul McCartney and Billy Joel and he's had Kamala on there. Regardless of your political affiliation and how you feel he interviewed Kamala, he's changed as he's gotten older, and he doesn't have to do the shock jockey things that probably personally make him cringe in today's world, as he's saying goodbye to the industry and legitimizing his legacy. And I've changed. I don't have the strippers. I don't have the girls in here peeing into coffee cans and climbing up and down strip poles and getting in the shower and putting their boobs on the shower and shocking women's vaginas. Howard has changed, as we all have changed. And, it might not be your cup of tea now, but don't ever underestimate what his importance to radio and then satellite radio is and or was. Period.
I'm tired of hearing the whole you don't have strippers in, and you don't have strippers in, but that's not what we meant. I'm tired of hearing that excuse.
All right, well then don't listen. Listen.
Fake radio.
Then don't listen anymore.
Fake radio.
Then don't listen anymore. Howard. By the way, I didn't hang up on that guy. He hung up on himself. Howard doesn't care. Howard's not in the business to worry about what you care. And yes, I am sticking up for Howard. He's a friend of mine. Him and I don't align politically. But, we can still have a friendship. I still get a birthday card from him. I still get a Christmas card from him. And he's still nice enough to Bubba and Tyler Clem. He's that thoughtful. It's handwritten. And I will always consider him a friend. He's taken a lot of crap lately on his political alignment, his political, his hatred for Donald Trump, his hatred for people who voted for Donald Trump, his hatred for people who like Donald Trump. But Howard is at the point of his life where he doesn't care, nor does he have to. And people change. I've changed tremendously. I used to have, a guy over there that was a ball-busting, a parody songwriting son of a bitch.
Yes.
And played a fake character named Ned. Yes. Yes. And I don't have that anymore.
No.
Yeah, no. And so, my show's done a 180. So, listen, maybe Howard's not your cup of tea now. Don't call me and bitch about it. Just don't listen. Because you're not going to get me in a trick bag. I've commented on, I was concerned that Howard potentially was running off some of his base by being so stiff on how much he hated Donald Trump and those that supported him. I've said my piece. But I said it classy, and I said it in a not a hurtful way that would jeopardize our friendship. But Howard there'll never be another person that will emulate the success that he's had in radio and then satellite radio and film, TV. So don't call me up and tell me how much you hate Howard Stern. Call Howard up. Have the balls to call him up. Tell him to his face how much you suck. He sucks. And how much you don't like him. He'll probably hang up on you and tell you, don't ever call me again, sir. I don't care about what you think. I'm Howard Mother effing Stern.
And I'm not.
And I'm not Howard Stern. I'm going to my 2-bedroom apartment in my 2012 smart car, and if I need some money, I'll borrow it from my sister. And we got payroll coming up next week, and I think because of last night, we might be able to make it.
Make sure you go vote today, people.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you, Macho Man. Thank you, Lummy.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.